Good morning, Wichita, and welcome to all of you to City Hall, including our students from Independence School. We'll call this meeting to order. With us this morning is Pastor Philip Moore with Eden Fellowship Ministries to provide our invocation. Following that invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and we ask that you please stand for both.
Good morning. I'd like to take this opportunity and thank Mayor Lily Wu and the entire City Council for this opportunity. Let's pray. Gracious and eternal God, we pause at the beginning of this gathering to acknowledge your presence and to seek your divine wisdom. Thank you for the breath of life, for the strength to serve, and for the opportunity to lead. We are grateful for this beautiful city of Wichita, a place filled with resilience, diversity, history, and hope. Today, Lord, we especially pray for the members of this city council. Grant each of them with clarity of mind, purity of heart, and unity of spirit. May personal interests be laid aside so that the greater good of all citizens may be lifted high. Help them to listen deeply, speak wisely, and act courageously. We ask for wisdom that goes beyond today, wisdom that plans for the next generation and for the legacy this council will leave. In times of disagreement, give patience. In times of challenge, grant endurance. And in moments of uncertainty, let faith arise. We pray for the safety and well-being of all who live and work in this city, for our children and our elders, for our first responders and educators, for business owners, laborers, healthcare workers, and the unhoused. Let your justice roll down like water and your righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. Bless Wichita with peace in our neighborhoods, growth in our economy, and healing in places that are hurting. We lift up those who are struggling today. Bring them comfort, provision, and hope to every corner of this city. And finally, Lord, may everything done here today be rooted in love for neighbor and a desire to honor and the sacred trust of leadership. We ask all these things with humility and expectation. In your most precious and holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting, May 13th, 2025.
Are there any items to be pulled or items to be corrected? I see none. I move to approve the minutes, and
Second.
I have a second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Mr. Clerk, please call the next item.
Proclamations. Today's proclamations are National Public Works Week, In the Stigma Day, and Maternal Mental Health Month.
Please have the individuals from the City of Wichita's Public Works Department come forward at this time. Good morning. The proclamation reads, "The city of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Wichita. Whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees from state and local governments and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for all citizens. Whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children of Wichita to gain knowledge and to maintain a progressive interest in the importance of public works and public works programs. Whereas this year, 2025, marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Wichita City Council does hereby proclaim the week of May 18th through 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week in the city of Wichita and encourage all citizens to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protect our health, safety, and quality of life.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Gary Jansen, Director of Public Works and Utilities, and I'm always looking forward to this week each year. I'm thrilled to be here to recognize the commitment and the excellence of so many amazing employees, over 700 strong at this point, touching the lives of so many people every single day. With me today is representatives of many of our divisions, and I appreciate them being here with me just to kind of show the diversity of what we do in so many places every single day. So it wouldn't be proper for me to stand at this podium without having something to show. So we're all about numbers. And I was looking at staff with what's happened in the last 50 years. We found some information from the mid-1970s. And I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I kind of wanted to show and look at, reflect what has changed, including what's happened with our department. At one time, not long ago, we were two separate departments, Public Works and the Water Utilities, so I had to kind of combine some things. But if you look at since 1975 to present day, the size of our community has grown by 75%, the population by 50%. The number of employees is probably not as much of an increase as I thought. We kind of had to take a stab of the total number of staff back in 1975. But if you look at the rest of this with facilities, paved streets, all of our utilities, they've more than doubled since 1975. Probably not unexpected with what we've seen with growth in our community. Our staff has been dedicated since that point to the excellent things that they do every single day to make sure that this infrastructure serves the needs of our community. One thing I was kind of intrigued by, especially in our current situation, was the fact that our number of water customers increased by 81% in the last 50 years, but the water consumption has only increased 21%. I will tell you, because I see this on a daily basis, that a lot of that can be owed to the innovation and technology of our staff and the things that they do to help save water. So those are the things that they do behind the scenes that so much of it is done that is unseen every single day. I thought this graphic was kind of telling to show what the water service area was over how it changed over the last 50 years, but it's not just water. It's all the public utilities, sewer and drainage, streets, public facilities. Our staff does all the work behind the scenes. We have amazing facilities for our community, police stations, fire stations, rec centers, libraries. Those are not in place without the efforts of our public works and utility staff to design and build the facilities for operations and maintenance even after they're open. We have oversight of multiple environmental health programs too as the city continues to grow. American Public Works Association established a theme of people, purpose, and presence for this year's National Public Works Week. I try to find as much time as I can to spend with our numerous work groups to really see what they do behind the scenes every single day. And I can tell you that our staff is truly about the people, working behind the scenes, always present, and often under less than ideal conditions, usually 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This group behind me was supposed to be bigger today, but we had staff out overnight that are still out now, responding to the impacts of the storm on traffic signals and a lot of other facilities. So I want to thank them for doing what they're doing today and what they do best. I'm always amazed by our staff's commitment to excellence, quality, and purpose, because they truly do have a purpose to serve the organization and the community. So I found this picture from the early 1970s. That there was two things that came out of this for me. And I will tell you that picture on the upper left, I think if you went to our current water treatment plant, you would probably find that wall. It looks almost like it does today as it did back then. The picture on the bottom, the one second from the right, the guy in that picture with all the hair is a guy by the name of Joe Bottinelli. Joe oversaw our water distribution and sewer maintenance groups for some period of time. Joe was actually here for probably the first 10 years of my career. So seeing this picture made me think of two things. The first was just how old that I'm getting. That a picture from the early 70s that had a guy in it that was here for the first 10 years of my career. But it also made me really reflect and realize that we've had so many wonderful staff over the years that have dedicated many, many years to the organization and to the community. I looked at our top 5 tenured staff within our department, and collectively those 5 people have over 220 years of service to the organization, to the community. There's 2 of them here with me today, Mark Hall and Stormwater Group, Larry Martin and our engineering group. These 2 guys together are approaching 90 years of service to the organization. I've known them since I started my career. I've known Larry Martin since the very first day I started working here. He spent his entire career in the engineering work group. Larry's last day with the city is actually this Friday, going on his 43rd year of service to the community. So it just says so much about what our staff does in public service and dedication to the community. So having said all of that, I do want to personally thank all of our staff, more than 700 strong, as I mentioned before, for everything that they do every day. They do so many things behind the scenes. They don't look for credit. They truly have a purpose in what they're doing to provide excellent service to the community. And so on behalf of all of them, to the mayor and city council, thank you for this proclamation. Appreciate being here and being able to provide these words today.
Can we please have the city council come forward at this time? May I please ask the Love Like Remy Foundation to please come forward at this time? Good morning. The proclamation reads, "The city of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas May is Mental Health Awareness Month and a time to acknowledge the role models and role mental health plays in the way we exist as individuals and as a society to raise awareness of those living with mental and behavioral health issues and to help reduce the stigma of so many experiences. Whereas in 2023, over 12 million adults contemplated suicide, nearly 4 million adults made a plan for suicide, and 1.5 million adults attempted suicide. Over 49,000 adults died by suicide in 2023, which equates to one death every 11 minutes. Whereas there is a tremendous need for education, support, and care for those struggling with mental illness and suicidal thoughts. The Love Like Remy Foundation was established in memory of Remington Hope Young, a Wichita resident, Mays High School graduate, and University of Kansas student that took her life on May 22nd, 2022, at the age of 20 years old, after battling mental health issues for several years. Whereas grassroots organizations such as the Love Like Remy Foundation can assist those in need through awareness, education, and partnerships with other organizations to provide support to end the stigma and resources to provide preventative care to those in need. Now therefore be it resolved that the Wichita City Council does hereby proclaim May 22nd, 2025 in honor of Remington Hope Young as End the Stigma Day in the city of Wichita.
Hi, I'm Amy Young. I am Remington Young's mom. I don't have any PowerPoints or anything, so it's not quite as exciting as the last one, but the Love Like Remy Foundation was established in memory of my daughter, Remington Hope Young, a student, a 2019 graduate of Mays High and University of Kansas cheerleader that took her life on May 22nd, 2022, at the age of 20. Remington was known and loved by so many. Anyone who had Remy in their life never once questioned if they were loved. She made the world a better place. And every person she made the world a better place, and every person's life she touched was better, was left better than when Remington found them. To preserve the honor of her legacy, and the Love Like Remy Foundation was formed. The primary mission has been to support those facing pressures inherent in sports, academics, and society to perform at the highest level. We hope to end the stigma associated with mental health and to provide education, support, and resources so that more beautiful lives are not lost. I'm so sorry. Thank you for this proclamation. It truly is an honor. I'm so sorry.
May I please ask the Kansas chapter of Postpartum to come forward at this time. The proclamation reads, the city of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870. Whereas the health of women and their families is of high priority to the state of Kansas, the period spanning pregnancy through parenting is a universal time of vulnerability with serious concerns, including rising maternal mortality and racial inequities in maternal outcomes across the nation. Whereas at least 1 in 5 new and expectant mothers are affected by perinatal mental health disorder, or PMHDs, such as depression, obsessive compulsive disorder, anxiety, and psychosis. Mothers may experience symptoms which are often overlooked and heavily stigmatized because mothers suffering from a perinatal mood disorder often feel confused, ashamed, and isolated. Whereas African American women, teenage mothers, women of low socioeconomic status, and military mothers are up to 4 times more likely to experience a PMHD. Many at-risk women may not seek help because they are not informed about perinatal mood and anxiety disorders due to lack of provider knowledge, screening, treatment, and community support services. Whereas maternal health is essential for women and families of all backgrounds, collectively supporting maternal mental health can help improve the availability and access to effective treatment, prevention, and support services for better, more equitable outcomes for all. Now therefore be it resolved that the Wichita City Council does hereby proclaim May 2025 as Maternal Mental Health Month in the city of Wichita and encourage all to join the Kansas chapter of Postpartum Support International to raise awareness.
Good morning, City Council members and fellow community members. My name is Taryn Swiger, and I'm a clinical social worker and perinatal therapist at Flourish Wellness Collective here in Wichita, Kansas. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Kansas chapter of Postpartum Support International, where I serve as chapter chair, to express our deep gratitude for this meaningful proclamation recognizing May as Maternal Mental Health Month. On behalf of mothers, families, and advocates across our state, I'm honored to accept this important acknowledgement. The reality we face is stark. 1 in 5 women experience a mental health condition during pregnancy, after pregnancy loss, or in the first year postpartum. These conditions include postpartum depression, anxiety, OCD, PTSD, and in the rare but serious case, postpartum psychosis. That means in every mom's group, birthing class, or family gathering, at least one person is silently struggling. But 1 in 5 is not just a number. These are our neighbors, coworkers, sisters, and friends. And yet 75% of those affected never receive the treatment that they need. The silence surrounding maternal mental health has long-term consequences for mothers, for their babies, and for entire families. These conditions are a leading cause of maternal mortality and cost the United States over $14 billion every year. But there is hope. With early screening, education, and strong community support, we can make a difference. By issuing this proclamation, our city sends a clear message. Mothers matter, maternal mental health matters, and stigma has no place in our community. Today, I want to recognize the many dedicated professionals and organizations working to support maternal well-being. Our OBGYNs, pediatricians, psychiatrists, therapists, doulas, early childhood specialists, and the countless nonprofits that are committed to strengthening families. Among them is Postpartum Support International, where families can find free online support groups and a searchable directory for trusted treatment providers at postpartum.net. Let this proclamation be more than symbolic. Let it mark the beginning of open conversations, increased access to care, and a commitment to policies that protect maternal health for this generation and for the next. Thank you, City Council, for leading the way.
May I please ask the Wichita City Council to come forward and present this proclamation? Thank you very much to our proclamation recipients. I also want to acknowledge that we have a therapy dog here at City Council today. It is Mental Health Awareness Month, the entire month of May, and we hope that it's not just one month, but throughout the year that we consider our own mental health and physical well-being. So thank you very much for being here today. Ms. Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Public agenda. The public agenda allows for up to 5 speakers to have 5 minutes each to address the council. No action will be taken relative to items on the public agenda other than referral to the city manager for information as necessary. Speakers will please state their name and address for the record. A time clock will display the speaker's remaining time to speak. Order and rules of decorum will be observed. The first speaker is Lee Angbo, the independent school student, speaking about the future of Wichita.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for allowing the students of the independent school come here to speak today. I'm here to talk about wind energy and other things I would like to see in the future of Wichita. Before I do, I'd like to show you my quadrant. I have a wind turbine. Did you know that wind energy is a renewable resource? That means that we're not running out of it. My wind turbine gets the energy by harnessing the wind's kinetic energy. Kinetic energy is energy in motion. After the blade spin, it goes down a shaft to a powerhouse in order to be stored for later usage. Also, did you know that the world is running out of buildable sand? My quadrant also has roads made from recycled concrete. Some facts according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration include that Kansas was one of the top 5 states with wind energy. This is good, but I still think we can do more. In 2022, wind turbines equaled 10.2% of total U.S. utility scale electricity. And lastly, in Kansas, wind is almost everywhere. A reason why you should consider using renewable energy is it helps the environment and keeping Wichita clean. Some pros of wind energy include is a good alternative for fossil fuels in general. While there is a cost installing the wind turbines, the money it makes will pay for itself and it's cheaper than using fossil fuels. Also, adding wind turbines will create more jobs. Some cons include some birds and bats get stuck in wind turbines and then die. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, most of these birds that are harmed are songbirds. Some other types of birds and bats that die are eagles, hawks, falcons, golden eagles, red-tailed hawks, and tree-roosting bats. In addition, wind turbines take up many acres of space. Wind turbines may catch on fire. Some solutions to the problems of wind energy are to check in the ports more often so they don't catch on fire. We should also look at the migratory paths and seasons, such as running wind turbines more often in the winter to avoid birds and bats, or replace wind turbines in less bird-batted populated areas. This is important because it would save the lives of birds and bats, as well as the ecosystems and food chains, or other species. Finally, we can try using smaller parts to use less land, since small turbines can be beneficial for individual homeowners. Before I go, I'd like you to consider adding some of these things to Wichita, including adding more earth homes. Earth homes mean structures built into the earth offering natural insulation and are energy efficient. These homes are made from recycled materials such as old tires and bottles. These homeowners don't throw away their water till it's black. Wichita is in a drought, and these kinds of acts would help our water shortage. These homes are also shields from tornadoes, wind damage, and hail. I would like to have more local farms too. That would allow us to have fresher food and we can use less fossil fuel in the process. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Leo. Councilmember Glasscock.
Leo, thank you for coming and talking today. I just want to say great job with your presentation and keep that confidence going because there's a lot of people that come to this bench that don't have the confidence that you just had. So thank you for doing it. I also thought you would be interested in information. While you were talking, I looked up how much wind energy was being produced in Kansas at this exact minute, and 56% of the energy produced and 56% of the energy being used to light this room is coming from wind energy right now in Kansas. I think that's a success and should be hailed, and so thank you for trying to lead the effort on this. And there are plenty of jobs in the energy sector that'll be look forward to your expertise in the future. So thank you for being here.
Madam Clerk, please call the next individual.
If I can mention, Councilmember, we actually purchase more wind energy than the average, so we're over 90% wind energy.
Cohen Kreitz, the Independent School, the future of Wichita.
Hello, I'm happy to speak to you today, and I've studied hydropower. Benefits to hydropower are it doesn't create air pollution, it can be used in most parts of the world, and it currently accounts for 5.7% of electricity in America, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Some limitations of hydropower are that it can hurt fish, may change water temperatures, and can also change water chemistry. Some solutions so that the dams don't hurt fish anymore would be to have fish elevators so the fish could get to the top of the reservoir, like at the Safe Harbor Dam in Pennsylvania. I think that on one side of the rivers, they could let wildlife and biodiversity thrive. This might work by the Keeper of the Plains, where the Little Arkansas meets the Arkansas River. In addition, scientists need to research more solutions to avoid changes in water temperature and water chemistry. My quadrant has hills for recreation, such as climbing, hiking, sledding, or grass skiing. The two houses are white, including the rooftops, to absorb less heat because Wichita gets very hot during the summer. I also have a hydroelectric dam connected to the Arkansas River. I would like to see more electric cars, and I would like more bus routes. Train transportation would be a good idea too, so people would use less gas, and because they hold more people in cars and are more efficient, especially if we were to move to electric trains. We need to make Wichita a more futuristic city, so more people will come to Wichita. Thank you for letting me speak to you.
Thank you very much, Cohen, and thank you for moving the microphone down so that we could see you. Do you want to share what's on your display?
Yeah. So this is the water wheel.
Thank you very much, Cohen. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
Sadie Chang, the Independent School Student, future of Wichita.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I chose to research biomass, which is a renewable energy. Biomass is a renewable organic material that comes from plants and animals. It also contains stored photosynthesis from the sun. Biomass is usually measured in units. Using the process of organic waste to create power, you can create valuable energy. Benefits for biomass are that in 2007, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the U.S. government set a goal to use 36 billion gallons of biofuels by 2022, and as a result, nearly all gasoline now sold in the U.S. contains some ethanol. Biomass also keeps organic waste out of landfills. Some limitations for biomass are that it is really expensive and needs a certain amount of space. Biomass can also lead to carbon dioxide and methane emissions. However, these gases can be inserted into the ground, or the methane can be harvested for energy. Some of the disadvantages of biofuels apply to low diversity biofuel sources that are sugarcane, oil palms, corn, and soybeans, which are traditional agriculture crops we raise around Wichita. Some people get their biofuels from cutting down trees, which is bad. Though there are solutions to those limitations, like using wood pellets and charcoal for heating, and it can replace fossil fuels. It may also result in lower CO2 emissions overall. Or we could harvest fast-growing trees like cottonwood trees for more biomass and separate bad waste before burning it, because it could be important for reducing environmental issues. In my quadrant, I have a river and a highway. My buildings and roads are made of recycled concrete. The roof has a garden on top for better quality air, which leaves more space for plants and trees on the ground. On my roads and highways, there are strong materials and a bridge for the cars to cross over the big river connecting to the highway. I would like to recommend to farmers to plant more diverse crops so we can have more local food choices. Diverse farms also help our natural ecosystem. I would like to see more solar panels and windmills to make more energy. We need to rely less on oil, and use renewable resources. Wichita has a tree problem. More citizens in the city need to plant more trees. Fast-growing trees will equal more animal habitats and better quality air. While trees use water, they also produce water for our water cycle. This is also what Wichita needs. Thank you for letting me speak to you.
Thank you, Sadie. Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming to speak. I just wondered if the city manager heard that suggestion about trees. Just wondered. No, seriously, I appreciate you bringing that up. That's something that's been really important to me, and I appreciate you encouraging people to plant trees as well, among all of the other things that you shared. So thank you for being here.
Ms. Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
William Antonios, the independent school student, future of Wichita.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I studied solar energy. Some benefits of solar power are that it is a good source of energy in sunny places. It also doesn't create carbon dioxide nor air pollution. In addition, animals, except for insects, are not hurt by solar panels. Solar photovoltaic cells are used to make all solar panels, so small panels can power small devices such as calculators and watches, while larger panels can power larger devices such as our homes, cars, and businesses. The cons about solar are that it can be very expensive. Furthermore, solar panels have difficulty collecting energy on cloudy or dusty days. Another limitation is that companies have to mine for elements to create solar panels. Some solutions to these cons are to give people that own solar panels tax breaks to decrease the cost. We should also use perovskite cells that can be built at low cost but work very well. In addition, you could save energy for cloudy days in a storage tank and hire somebody to clean off the dust on the solar panel if needed. This would help provide more jobs in Wichita. My quadrant contains houses that are powered by perovskite cells. I also have an electric station powered by solar panels, which if it was made in real life, it would be made out of recycled materials such as recycled plastic and metals like steel. I think Wichita should use solar energy because there are enough rooftops to fit a good portion of solar panels. This would take up less land space in the county, and because Kansas has a large amount of sun. According to Visit Wichita, there are more than 220 days of the year that are sunny. I think Wichita should use these things to make the city a better place. I would like to see more nature-friendly neighborhoods with trees and bushes so birds and insects have a place to live. Having more nature-friendly parks also encourages people to be happier and healthier humans. We could also have more recycling plants for major companies and schools because then more people would recycle. The kids might also then be encouraged to recycle in the future. We could also ban plastic bags and have people bring their own bags. This will make our city cleaner. Also, ABC News ran a study in 46 states and found a majority of the plastic bags were not being recycled. We have options and we should use them because we only have one Earth. Thank you for listening to my speech.
Thank you, William. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
Dessa Theory and Catalina Burke, the independent school students, future of Wichita.
Hi, our names are Catalina
And Dessa.
The energy we chose to research is biomass. Biomass is capturing heat from decomposing plants and animals and converting that heat into energy. The main byproducts for biomass come from plants, algae, and animal waste. A benefit of biomass is biofuel. It is commonly advocated as cost-effective, economically friendly, and it is better for the environment than oil. Biogas can be collected from landfills and livestock. Many facilities that produce biogas capture biomass and burn the methane for heat or energy. We are grateful for the methane is being harvested off of the landfill. This makes sense. And we should also be using livestock, manure, and housing ponds. One limitation is that biogas contains small amounts of hydrogen sulfide and oxygens and potentially toxic compound releases carbon dioxide and particulate matter. We know Wichita has poor air quality according to the American Allergy and Asthma Foundation. However, to reduce these harmful gases, we should build a carbon capture plant to help clean our air. Another limitation, biofuels apply mainly to low diversity biofuel sources such as soybeans, sugarcane, and oil palms. There are plenty of diverse gases, and we should harvest those prior to burning fields, and maybe this would keep the tall grasses healthy and release less carbon dioxide, but also provide people with energy. In addition, we should have citywide composting events to increase biomass options. This would keep less trash out of landfills and provide great soil for our surrounding agriculture.
We could also build a biofuel plant. This would provide people with more job opportunities and provide cheap energy for homeowners. What is interesting about our quadrant is that the biomass factory is made of recycled plastics and uses the green space with garden rooftops to help fuel the biomass factory. Solar panels also help run the factory and provide backup energy. We have some concerns about Wichita. These concerns are that prices of food and energy are increasing too fast. Many people cannot afford these rising prices. Where community gardens could help people find local food and help feed the homeless. We also support other renewable energy resources such as solar, hydro, and geothermal energy. We would like to see more solar and hydro as well as geothermal energy for homes and businesses. Another concern is that we should add at least one sidewalk to every street for walkers and bikers to create more street-friendly paths. These could be bioluminescent walkways like they have in Copenhagen instead of using streetlights. Citywide cleanup should be encouraged once a month with more recycling companies. And finally, an Earth Day citywide celebration would be nice where Wichitans could come together to plant trees and explore nature parks. We know we have many things we would like to see in the future of Wichita, but we hope you will consider our request to make our city a better place for all Wichitans. Thank you for listening. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dessa and Catalina. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. So far there's been 6 speakers from the Independent School, and there's 7 seats at this bench. So I hope one day that a lot of you replace us here because you have a lot of great ideas for our community. I just want to give a thank you to the parents and teachers of the Independent School as well. It's evident that the education there is excelling, and the students, the confidence coming from the students is something that, again, I wish a lot of people had from this bench, and maybe we can do a training for people about how do you engage civically, because I think Wichita could learn a lot from you all. So thank you all for being here.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all the kids at the Independent School. You got to make sure and have the in there. A great presentation. I just wanted to give you guys just some updates on some things that we are doing, environmentally friendly policy on the City Council. We are going to an all-electric fleet. We already have a number of city buses that do run on electric energy. We are planting pollinator gardens at many of the parks that we have, including one at Clapp Park that opens up here next month. And also with our sewage treatment plant, we are looking at putting a biodome over one of the vats of human waste to capture methane, and we will actually be able to sell that to the gas company, so we'll actually make money off of that. So make sure you kids eat your Wheaties and your Cheerios, and we're gonna have some good gas for the energy there. And we're also looking at recycling water, and that can actually account for half of the water that we use every single day. So there are a number of initiatives that we are pushing through, and I appreciate your guys' support for it. I also hope that you paid attention to some of the speakers earlier as well, because they were talking about mental health and things that might go on in your guys' school and with your peers in the future. And it's always a good lesson to be kind, because we never know what other people are going through, and that's a lesson that we all can take to heart. So thank you, kids, for coming up today. I appreciate you holding our feet to the fire on some of these issues.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just say good job to each of you that came up here. I remember being dragged down to City Hall when I was 19 and told to go speak to the mayor and council, and I absolutely did not want to, and I was super nervous, and I think I said 5 words. So you all, the confidence that you showed, how articulate you were, was amazing. I wrote down the basis of what each of you talked about: wind power, hydropower, biomass, solar power, all of that. I hope that you keep that passion as you get older. Sometimes you'll have adults my age or a little older tell you not to do those things, or you see what's going on in the country today with deregulation and pushing more towards fossil fuels. I know that you all will make our future better. You all will help make sure that we take care of the one planet that we have. And I'm glad to hear the research that you all did and the issues that you were pushing. I just want to encourage you to keep doing it. And even if you don't see this body or some other body make progress towards that, don't stop fighting, don't stop pushing, because like you said, we only have one planet, so we got to take care of it. And I appreciate what you all are doing.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, everybody stole my notes, but I just also would like to say thank you to the parents and teachers and students that made it out today. And I am so encouraged by our future leaders that you guys are focusing on things that are really, really important and really difficult problems, but I know there's solutions out there, and I love that you guys are already working on it, so keep up the good work.
Councilmember Vice Mayor J.B. Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to congratulate you for coming, but I want to congratulate the parents. I see Dr. Antonios there, and you may not have another physician, you might have an engineer coming up, but just the proud parents and the tremendous work that you're doing, raising your children. So just a great job, and keep it up, and it's our future leaders, so thank you.
And last, I am just going to close out by saying thank you to the teachers. This is a reflection of what you've been teaching your kiddos, but also that you chose to come here today. Every week during our council meetings, we have 5 opportunities for anyone to speak about any topic, and anyone can do that online. You could sign up, or you could just show up, and that's an opportunity that's available to anyone in our community, including our young people. And so if you are encouraged about young people speaking, about you as an adult speaking, you can always go out to wichita.gov/citycouncil. In addition, I see a lot of civic engagement here, and so I encourage, especially our adults, to check out wichita.gov/CEA. It stands for Civic Engagement Academy. There will be an academy on June 11th and 12th right here at City Hall, so that you can get to understand your local government and how you can engage. So I encourage you all again to check out wichita.gov/CEA, as well as wichita.gov/citycouncil if you'd like to speak. And again, thank you very much to the independent school students and teachers. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Consent agenda items 1 through 17.
Council members, are there items to be pulled from this consent agenda? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. A number of residents have reached out asking to pull item 8 for discussion.
I also have had a lot of comments and also was inclined, even before those emails, to pull item number 11. Any further consent agenda items to be pulled? I see none. I move to approve consent agenda without items 8 and 11.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Mr. Clerk, Ms. Clerk, rather, would you please call to order? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. We will begin with the first item numerically, consent agenda item number 8.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had, like I said, a number of residents wanted to come and speak on this item. So I cede the floor to them.
Councilmember, do you have any questions for staff first? I think just to level set, is there anyone that can just share, because I know that there are people right now on YouTube watching the city council meeting that don't know what consent agenda item number 8 is.
I can give a brief description here. It is the purchase of police department equipment, protective equipment, including communications, radios, and ballistic shields.
I see no questions for staff. We will open it up for public comment.
Good morning. Thank you so much for pulling this from the consent agenda. My name is Faith Martin. I live in District 2, and the funding for equipment included in the CIP said it was using grant funding, and it looks like in 2023, Council approved $100,000 from the general obligation bond funding for this equipment. So my question would be, is this completely funded through the Justice Assistant Grant? Because it's a total of $212,000. Or is this a new ask for funding that's already been allocated that we want to allocate? Or is this something that should be pushed to the 2026 CIP? I'm just curious, like, where is this money coming from? And if we knew we needed this, was it part of the budget last year? Kind of, it wasn't clear on the document that was provided where the funding's coming from. And if it was already approved, was it part of this year's budget? Those kind of questions, because adding $212,000 when we're talking about a budget shortage, it was just something that a number of us were concerned about.
Morning, Council and Mayor. I'm Captain Jason Cooley with Wichita Police Department. The helmets is funded out of the 100,000 protective equipment CIP funding that was initiated in either September or October, I can't remember. It's on the agenda, the exact date. So that comes out of the CIP that was already funded. The communications equipment is coming from the 600,000 funded through the radio CIP that was initiated on the same date, October or September, I can't remember. The grant funding that is referenced is the Justice Assistance Grant. That was federal money we asked for to replace several pieces of equipment. We've got funding back from 2020, 21, 22 that we're closing out. 23 and 24 is in the works of being spent right now. We use that for various equipment. And part of that ask in that Justice Grant or the JAG grant was to purchase ballistic shields. So the funding for the shields is coming from the federal JAG grant. The helmets are coming from the 100,000 protective equipment CIP fund, and the communications equipment is coming from the 600,000 CIP fund for radio equipment. I'll stand for more questions if you.
Mayor, if I could, and perhaps you can help me in this. The reason that this item's in front of you is that the equipment that's being purchased is to replace equipment that is past its useful life. and no longer provides maximum protection for our police officers, especially those that are first responders to an active shooter incident. And that is why the department has brought this forward.
Yeah, we have a number of gear that comes with a lifespan. Anything ballistic rated, which is a lot of what we wear, our vest, our helmets, our shields. I could go on and on about the ballistics, but all that comes with a lifespan and it has to be put on a cycle of replacement.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who would like to speak? I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench and we'll just add a comment. We just commemorated and observed Law Enforcement Week last week and had the Law Enforcement Memorial service on Friday because of individuals who chose to answer the call to serve our community and were killed in the line of duty. Therefore, this item is about safety of law enforcement personnel that I take as a top priority, just like I take the safety of our community as a top priority. Therefore, I am going to be very supportive of this item. And so I move to approve consent agenda item number 8.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to add on active shooters. That is the number one thing that keeps me up at night in the scope of my job. And being able to provide the protection for the officers to not only protect themselves, but also to respond more quickly to active shooters inside schools, at mass gatherings. It's something that we absolutely are looking at, and I do appreciate our chief's emphasis on this as well. He's coming in and making sure that we are doing everything that we can to respond to active shooters in our community. So we don't want to get caught flat-footed by any of these delays or lack of equipment. So I do appreciate his emphasis on this moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hoheisel. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, actually, consent agenda item number 11 was pulled by me. I would like to have city staff address questions that I sent via email, so I will address those questions right now so the public knows which questions I asked. Whom from the city will be speaking on the behalf of the city of Wichita?
Mayor, I think it depends on the question.
All right. First and foremost, I would like to first address the changes made in development deals since 2009 to avoid this similar situation.
Mayor, that's a two-part answer. When I arrived in 2009, I realized after looking at a few of our development projects that were active at the time that we had accepted guarantees for TIF repayment or shortfall payments from LLCs. And I was immediately concerned because LLCs are just that. They're limited liability corporations. And if assets are taken out of the corporation, they're not available then to back up a guarantee. So in 2009, we implemented a policy that for any TIF guarantees, we would only accept letters of credit or a personal guarantee or some other type of security that would not put the city at risk. Since then, we've also codified that in our economic development policies, and I'll let Troy Anderson talk about what's in our current economic development policy.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. So I'm just going to read directly from the economic development guidelines. These guidelines were adopted in 2020. There's been some revisions in 2021 and 2022, but not necessarily to this language. So this language appeared in the 2020 version of the economic development guidelines. More specifically, as it related to TIF projects, it reads, TIF projects and development agreements will be prepared in a way to not place additional ongoing financial burden on the city, including operating costs of TIF-funded improvements. The developer must provide adequate financial guarantees to ensure completion of the project, including but not limited to assessment agreements, letters of credit, personal guarantees, etc. Guidelines continue to read further on down in that section that developer will be required to personally guarantee 100% of the tax increment required to meet annual debt service payments on city bonds issued to finance TIF project costs, letters of credit, bond insurance, pledged collateral, or other acceptable form of credit enhancement will be required as additional security for the obligation.
And starting last year, can you address how each of the green sheet items now have an explanation regarding these economic incentives, where again, there's not a check that is provided to a developer, but rather pay as you go? Can you explain that started last year, putting it in the green sheet?
Yeah, so what you're probably referring to is there's a statement that we provide in a number of our reports, particularly as it relates to like revenue bonds, right? That no taxpayer dollars are being used in the financing of these programs, that there's no risk to the taxpayer. And so we've continued to try to add that language to staff reports to make sure that there's no misunderstanding. The city is not giving any money out. There are no taxpayer dollars at risk in these deals. And so we're going to continue to clarify and continue to put the city and the taxpayer dollars first and foremost. We went through kind of a three-part series last year on economic development policy. We're going to come back to you here in the next couple of months with a revision to those guidelines to continue to bolster the city's position to protect taxpayer dollars, making sure that you alluded to pay-as-you-go, right? That's a term that is used in and around the industry, right? That basically the developers are self-performing, right? They've got to go out and finance the project. It's very performance-based, and it's only after the performance is produced that the incentive is made available, but it's all at the risk of the developer or property owner, and that there are no taxpayer dollars at risk.
That is different than what happened in 2009, is that correct?
Yeah, there are provisions under state law that allow cities to bond sort of the debt associated with these economic development projects. That's not a practice. I would recommend that's not a practice the city has exercised in these latter years, right? We're really trying to get away from using taxpayer dollars and bonding debt associated with these economic development projects. We're migrating towards a more performance-based set of policies and guidelines where the developer is responsible to finance and perform and not use taxpayer dollars or put taxpayer dollars at risk.
Thank you, Troy. This question, I think, is for Jennifer with law. Can you provide a timeline so that individuals know how we got to this position right here in May of 2025 from January of 2009?
Mayor, Council, Jennifer McGowan, City Attorney. This did originate with an agreement entered into in January of 2009. The January 6th council meeting was the time that was voted on. It was executed on January 9th of 2009. That was a development agreement with HH Holdings. At that time, the city entered into that, and then in 2011, there was an amendment allowing for a sale of property, and part of the property at 13th and Oliver was sold to Walmart. And then the agreement was amended to recharacterize the city's contribution as a $2.5 million TIF loan at 3% for semi-annual payments, redefine the definition of the TIF increment shortfall, and an amortization schedule on that TIF loan was set for 2013 to 2029. Not hitting all the dates in there, but to get to the next stage over time, for about 6 or 7 years, the city received proceeds on that loan in the amount of over $700,000. In 2019, I think the last payment was received by the city. In 2022, early part of 2022, staff pursued this with Mr. Burke and Mr. Wells to see where the payments were. Communications were had. We were told no further payments would be made. In July of 23, the city filed a lawsuit against H.H. Holdings, Dave Burke, and Dave Wells to recover the amounts owed under that development agreement. At this time, the case is pending. A mediation was had to resolve the complaint, resolve the dispute. A mediated settlement is before you for your consideration. It can only be approved by a vote of council. If there is no resolution, the case is set for trial in district court.
Jennifer, can you go back to October 4th, 2011? There was something that was missing from that statement, and that is, can you address how that agreement was made between the city of Wichita and the developers?
As the city has asserted in its pleadings, there was an oral agreement between Mr. Burke and Wells and the city to pay that schedule through 2029.
I'd like to know why the city of Wichita, this would have been 2011, 2 years almost after that January meeting, would have taken an oral agreement for a multi-million-dollar loan.
Answer that other than that was apparently a policy decision at that time. There was an agreement upon the parties. There was later on a letter of credit issued in January 2013 to partially secure future installments. But I can't speak for those individuals who engaged in that oral discussion.
Can you also address that this is at the crux of all of this is an oral agreement, that there is no paper trail that can corroborate this?
Well, I think that's probably something that would be further fleshed out in litigation.
And I want to add, so in 2011, an oral agreement was made. Do we do any oral agreements now in 2025?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you for the staff answers. I have further questions. There was an email that you mentioned in 2022 where it was addressed that the developers provided a certain amount of dollars, but what is the actual amount that the developers provided to the city of Wichita, and how much is still owed to the city of Wichita?
$708,000 was paid. The remainder is approximately $1.8 million.
Thank you. In addition, I would like to know, there was, in 2011, the property was sold to Walmart. Did the city of Wichita receive any payment when that property was sold to Walmart?
No, Mayor.
So we have not received any further payment other than the $708,000, $602.29 paid to the city, and the city is still owed $1,881,003.94. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I will have comments after public comment. Are there any further questions? I see none. We will now open it up for public comment.
Good morning, Mayor Wu, City Council members. Thank you for pulling this item from the consent agenda. My name is Celeste Rossette, 2239 North Tea Time Court. I'm a former FDIC bank examiner, and I'm a former chief internal auditor. The city of Wichita is facing a financial deficit, and yet this proposed settlement with local developers Dave Burke and Dave Wells is asking taxpayers to forgive nearly $2 million owed. Does this make sense? Does any of this development deal make sense? Where is the oversight on City Manager Layton and the economic development staff when they make bad development deals? Dave Burke and Dave Wells were given $2.5 million to purchase the Kenmar Shopping Center property and to help with improvements. The city then raised $2.5 million from temporary debt notes. This debt never showed up in the city financial statements. No mention was made in the financial statements of this special arrangement with these two developers. Not even in the temporary notes that were issued to raise the money is there any note in the financial statements of this special agreement. City Manager Layton then allowed these men to sell the Kenmar property to Walmart. Burke and Wells kept the $2 million in proceeds from the property sale, even though they had not repaid the loan. This is the point where this business transaction becomes completely unprofessional. Property securing the temporary loan notes was allowed to be sold without repayment. If I had a car loan and then sold my car without repaying the car loan, don't you think the bank would have come after me for those sale proceeds? But we didn't. Then, without the city's knowledge or consent, Dave Burke and Dave Wells went ahead and sold more property for $1.3 million, and they again pocketed the funds without repaying the loan. At this point, the city's lawsuit against the two developers should have been filed, and that was 10 years ago. Some of you have been on this city council for that amount of time. But Dave Burke promised to make good on his commitment to the city. He promised to live up to this end of the development agreement, and an oral promise was reaffirmed at a meeting with City Manager Layton, Assistant City Manager Scott Rigby, and development analyst Mark Elder in 2016. Again, there are some of you on this city council who have been there during this time. But he broke his promise and payments stopped in 2020. When I started Save Century 2 5 years ago, I could tell there was a lack of financial oversight on development projects, and I asked City Manager Layton why the city was not collecting other revenue on the Kenmar TIF district. His written response was, and I quote, "Staff has been actively engaged in seeking payments from the developer. However, no payments were received in 2021. What he failed to mention that there was no payments received in 2020 either. He also failed to mention to me that the city was owed nearly $2 million from the developers. How many other development deals are hidden? How many taxpayers have the kind of diligence and accounting background to ask these kinds of questions? Because it appears they're not being asked by City Council in a period of time over which this agreement was stretched. But it gets worse. The city manager continued bringing city-provided incentives for 7 other development projects for these same developers. And those of you currently serving 2 terms on City Council approved these deals. Dave Burke and Dave Wills were part of the development group involved with the Ball Stadium land development. Dave Burke was given taxpayer funds of $700,000 for infrastructure on his Riverside luxury patio home development. These individual examples show a culture where the city manager has complete control of economic development process with no oversight. Developers are rewarded with our tax monies without follow-up. There is a lack of best business practices in these deals. Collateral is released, land is sold, debt is owed by developers, it isn't shown on the financial statements, and we're relying on an oral promise. It is time for you to start asking questions, so I applaud you for what I've heard today. It is time to have transparency on every single taxpayer-funded deals. It is time to require mandatory cost-benefit analysis on these projects, and it is time you show you really care about how our tax dollars are being spent. It is time you hold staff accountable when millions are lost on bad and unprofessional development deals. You are responsible for supervising the city manager. Hold him accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, can you speak to any of her points about why some of these items don't show up in the financial part of the documents that she's talking about.
Yeah, I would, in terms of the debt showing and TIF, I'd have to talk to Mark. We'd have to have a response from Mark Manning on that piece of it. We do report on a quarterly basis the performance of our TIF districts and have reported consistently that this TIF district has underperformed. And I've been open regarding the deficiencies in the original agreement and our inability to be able to collect from the developer because we don't have any tool in which to do that.
If you could maybe talk to Mark and let us know what you learn.
How that's
that would be
reported,
great.
yes.
Celeste, thank you for always coming and holding our feet to the fire. But I do just want to make a comment, and I know that many of you know this, but none of us were on the council, nor any director currently on staff was part of this deal when these arrangements were originally made. So I just want to make that point, and I do think that the current council and even before the newest members, certainly I can speak to my time on council. It's been important to me that we do hold these developers accountable, and unfortunately sometimes that means when they don't fulfill their obligation, we have to file a lawsuit. So anybody else would do that if you know, as Celeste mentioned, if I had a car note or didn't pay for my house, they would, you know, take that away and there would be consequences. So unfortunately, I think that's, you know, part of the situation that we're in today. But Celeste, I appreciate your comments, and whatever I learned from Mark, I'll be sure to let you know.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Bob, this question is for you. We chatted a little bit about this when I had some questions. Can you talk a little bit about the extra steps that we have taken? And I know Troy highlighted some of it by reading our policy, but in terms of personal guarantees and things like that to ensure that the city is being safeguarded, could you maybe just explain some of those steps past councils have taken? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. I think Troy did a good job of indicating, first of all, what we're trying to do is get out of the old traditional TIF business and as much as possible go to pay-as-you-go TIFs, which then have really the city has no responsibility then for the repayment. There have been proposals brought forward where that's not possible, then the number of security documents that could be provided to make sure that the city is not at risk, it was outlined by Troy. And that includes letters of credit, it includes personal guarantees backed by assets.
I have further questions. City Manager, I know you have alluded multiple times that this happened before you. The original contract agreement was in January of 2009. You became the city manager February of 2009. Once you were made aware, you said there were some changes. However, in the timeline that was outlined by Jennifer Magana, you knew that there was an LLC guarantee that was a problem. Why did you not get a personal guarantee when it was revised in 2011?
Mayor, what I was able to do was obtain letters of credit for multiple years from them on a voluntary basis. There was no requirement, and they made it clear that they were doing it on a voluntary basis because they were not required to do it legally. I engaged the mayor and council at the time regarding how far I could go in pushing that. After I believe after a 2-year period, they no longer provided the letters of credit. We sat down with them and said, we want to renew those. And they said they would not renew it. And that's when they said, we'll continue to make our payments, but we're not going to renew the letters of credit. I reported that to the mayor and council. We did not have any teeth in our agreement to enforce against them because it was the LLC that was responsible for the payment.
Didn't they need approval to sell Walmart?
They did, and the council provided that to them.
Who was on that council at that time?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact council members serving at that time.
So that would have been 2011. Would that have been Mayor Brewer and the same individuals who voted in 2009?
I believe so, Mayor.
So it would have been Mayor Brewer's term and council members that are not on this council at this current moment.
That's correct.
So that was in 2011. Again, I asked, and I think the question is, from that moment on, after the city was burned for not having a personal guarantee, now we do have personal guarantees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Councilmember Glasscock?
My question was answered.
I have more questions. Celeste also mentioned August 29th, 2016, a meeting between Burke, Wells, Layton, Rigby, Elder. Is there documentation of this meeting, and are there meeting minutes?
No, there are not. It's just our recollection of the meeting.
Can I have the answer from law?
I believe there's a calendar entry. I'm aware of that. I'd have to look further, but I think there's that record reflecting that meeting.
So this meeting in 2016, the only individual who is still a staff member for the city of Wichita is the city manager. The other two staff members that I address, Rigby and Elder, no longer work for the city of Wichita. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So when Councilmember Ballard said, I'd like more information once you get it from Mark, is he obligated to do that since he's not a city of Wichita employee?
Mark Manning.
Oh, sorry. So I'd like to know what changes have been made in terms of staffing, because one of the questions that was asked by a community member was, who on city staff is responsible for this problem, and have they been held accountable?
Mayor, all the members of the economic development staff that were in place in 2009 are no longer with the city.
And I have one further question. This is more to Jennifer. Can you explain how $400,000 is the maximum that the city can recoup at this time?
Mayor, we went through, this case has been filed, this case has been litigated. Parties agreed to voluntarily enter non-binding mediation. Mediator, experienced mediator led the mediation. The parties came with their attorneys. Throughout the mediation, the process is typically that a mediator tries to work toward a negotiated settlement. Cases are, every case has strengths, and every case has weaknesses. And a good mediator works on the parties to expose and have the parties consider those. And the mediated settlement is a proposal before you. It is subject to council approval. It is a recommendation of the parties and the mediator at the end of a day of mediation. So that's the process that the city went through.
Thank you, Jennifer. And can you also address, while I have you, the city is either being sued or is suing entities or individuals, and those lawsuits are available on the website. But can you also address that it is difficult for us to make comments until that lawsuit comes before the city council in public comment?
That's correct, Mayor. We are now posting all pending civil lawsuits on the city website with a brief summary. And currently, we're working on posting the settlements as well. While cases are pending, there are matters of evidence, and we have to be careful ethically on how much is discussed in a public matter. While the government is public and the business of the government is, lawsuits to some extent, are decided. Well, they are decided by the courts and a jury, and we want to be cautious about statements in the media. We can talk about facts, but we just need to always be cognizant that there is a court process involved. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's why we are limited. At sometimes, when cases are pending, we can say less than we can after the case is dismissed by the court.
And lastly, this situation, since we have multiple pending lawsuits and also criteria for individuals that do business with the city of Wichita, I would like to know how the city addresses granting current as well as future business dealings with entities that are being sued by the city or where the city is being sued?
Cadeva staff is can speak more specifically to this, but you have council policies. You can adopt and change policies on how you want to do business and what the way you want to provide incentives. There is nothing right now that is specifically in our policies that I'm aware of that talk about cases of pending litigation being prohibited. Those parties with pending litigation being prohibited from receiving.
I would be
agreements.
interested in making sure that from this moment on, or once we get it in front of the council, individuals or entities that are suing the city or being sued by the city don't have the opportunity to do business with the city. That concerns me a lot, that we would be in litigation and then would provide them a project when, again, they're being sued by the city or they're suing the city. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. If we're going to talk policy, I would like to kind of follow what Councilmember Ballard had talked about before regarding any entities that may owe us any significant funding or revenues, to talk about how they might be either awarded or not allowed to do business with the city. I thought that was a really good idea at the time, and if we're going to have that discussion, I think we should take up that idea.
So since it's a policy discussion, we would like that to come probably before a workshop. We would like to workshop this further because businesses, organizations, or individuals who are either suing the city or have been sued by the city should have repercussions for what they're doing to taxpayers. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to correct the record regarding the vote of sell on October 4th, 2011. The council at that time, from what I can do reviewing the minutes, was yes votes to sell the property were Williams, Longwell, Brewer, and Miller, and the no votes were Meitzer, Clendenin, and O'Donnell. And so it was a different council than the 2009 council.
Can you read the yes and no's one more time, please?
Williams, Longwell, Brewer, and Miller, and the no votes were Meitzer, Clendenin, and O'Donnell. And I'm reviewing the minutes from October 4th, 2011.
Thank you for the additional context regarding the, again, October 4th, 2011 meeting, where, again, an oral agreement was conjured up.
Well, just to correct, that was the council meeting.
That was just the council meetings. The timeline also has that same date.
The 2011, okay.
That was an amendment to approve the development agreement regarding revitalization of the Kenmore Shopping District and authorize the necessary signatures was the motion made.
Thank you, Councilmember Glasscock.
You are correct, Mayor.
I was correct?
Yes.
Thank you. We will continue with public comment.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mayor and council members, for pulling those two items. They were really important to the community. And Mayor Wu, you said it all. Thank you. So I'm going to come from a humanistic standpoint. And so it's embarrassing, but I owed a water bill, and I had plenty of money to pay my bill. I just didn't pay it. I forgot to pay it. And you know what happened? My water got turned off. And then you know what happened on top of that? I got a fee to get it restored. So not only did I have to pay what I owed, I had to pay more because I didn't pay what I originally was supposed to pay. And that happens to so many in our community. We get hammered because we don't do what we're supposed to do. And those are everyday working class people. And I live in District 1, and I remember that deal. And we were so excited that some development was coming to 13th and Oliver, like Kenmore was finally getting some improvements that were needed. And just like that, it kind of went away. Walmart stayed for a couple of years, but that's irrelevant. It didn't change very much, right? And so I heard that we didn't put out actual dollars for the project, And so, the city didn't really suffer, but the city did suffer because the city budgets are comprised of tax dollars. At the end of the day, it's taxes that build our budget. And when we don't get those funds back, we come up like we're looking at 2026 at a budget deficit or budget shortfall. And so I just encourage the council and staff to really look at that proposed settlement and say no to it. Let's go back into negotiation, or let's go to court and let the judges figure it out. The developers owe that money. Common everyday citizens are expected to pay the city what they owe the city, and if we don't pay, we get punished. And so I expect the same thing to happen to these multi-million-dollar investors. So that's the humanistic standpoint of what's going on. So thank you for listening to me. LaWanda DeShazer, 2707 North Terrace, District 1.
Thank you, LaWanda. We will continue with public comment.
George Theo, Harris, District 3. Thank you so much, Mayor Wu, for unearthing where the dead bodies are hid. We owe a debt of gratitude to Celeste, and please turn up the mic on the city attorney so we can hear what she's saying, because it's very important to us. Thank you so much.
Hi, Council. Olivia Hayes for the record. I'm going to reiterate a little bit of what they've said, but I also want to point out it's not about tax dollars being at risk. It's about the fact that we're willing to lose so spectacularly on a deal because you know that you can count on our tax dollars in the future. And while I appreciate you guys pointing out mistakes that were made in the past, I don't want us to fall into the trap of deflecting. You guys have power now to make it right and make it better now. So 2 main things that I'm concerned about. I would love to know more about how we agreed to such a low number, because it's not even really about the settlement. I don't think people are mad about that we're settling. It's about that we're settling so low. So I would love to find more information if you guys can share about why we're agreeing to settle so low. And if that really is the final and best, I mean, go back to the drawing board, like she said, go back and recoup a little bit more money for the public on this deal. And I love your idea about if you're defaulting, if you've done bad business with the city already, you should not be able to continue doing bad business. I'd also love to see there be clawbacks put in place for if it's someone that has a current contract and goes into default. I just think it would help us not get to this point in the future. So yeah, my big question for you is just why such a small number? Can we share more about that or get a little bit more for the taxpayers? Thanks.
Jennifer, can you just address the $400,000 one more time?
Mayor, that is an amount recommended as a result of mediation. The mediation process itself is a confidential process. It is recommended for your consideration after the mediation process. We have a council member who was present at the mediation, who represents the city. We had an attorney present. That's based on the give and take, the process of mediation led by the mediator. I think that's about all I can say.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, what would be the average cost to litigate a case like this, or a range? I know you don't know how long it'll take, but what's a range of cost for the city?
In this case, we are litigating this with in-house attorneys, so we're not paying outside counsel. So we are paying for court reporter fees, transcription fees. I mean, in hard dollars, several $1,000s. I mean, it's hard to say until we're finally done with any appeal that might occur, but in the thousands, low thousands in this case. If it was outside counsel, it'd be much, much higher.
Okay, thank you. But those attorneys could be doing something else also.
There's plenty of other work to be done.
Yeah, so it does cost the city. It does cost the city wages. Olivia, I'll address what you said. I happen to know the judge who did the mediation in this case. He's out of Pratt County. He is extremely experienced, very, very sharp guy. I didn't talk to him about this case, but when you do, you have to see if you have a weak case or a strong case. And I think our case is weak. We didn't have it in writing. So that's the reason for the number. Personally, I thought it was going to be lower than that. I think Councilmember Johnson did a great job in negotiations to get it to that, help get it to that number. So I think it's a good number. It's better to get something rather than nothing. Because we have a very real possibility to get nothing out of this case. So our chances of winning are not very good. So that's why I'll be voting for it.
We'll continue with public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. We've gone through, at least in the time I've been up here on the bench, quite a bit of revisions as far as cleaning up these contracts, going to pay-as-you-go instead of taking on debt, and we'll continue to work on that. I understand the consternation with some people about the price. Ultimately, it just gets down to, I think the public expects us to fight on these things. We are held accountable. People sue us if we're not holding up our end of the bargain. And even if it costs us, I think that sending that message that we're going to fight for what we see as right and for our end of the contract is a little more important than just a monetary value. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll probably have some concluding comments here in a minute, but I wanted to set the stage that I think public comment matters. Public comment matters today, and it mattered in 2011 and also mattered in 2008 when we had this vote. And so I'm going to read some public comment from those periods that if we would have listened to, we wouldn't be in this predicament today. John Todd said at the meeting in 2008 when this was passed, in a free market economic system, private business enterprises should have the opportunity and the freedom to succeed and to enjoy the fruits of their success. But by the same token, they should also have the freedom to fail and suffer whatever consequences that brings. Thousands of other businesses across our city play by these rules every day without the government parachute or the backing of the public treasury that is being considered for this private group. Why should the Kenmore Shopping District be an exception to these rules? I think that says a lot of what we needed to hear today, and I think looking at I'm going to pull up comments from October 4th, 2011, when this was heard by this body to sell the other parcel as well and to make an amendment to this. This is from Susan Estes. Susan Estes said, quote, "We have a history of some of our agreements not being met, and now she understands why." She stated there is not one single consequence outlined in the agreement of what happens when someone does something wrong. That as taxpayers, she is outraged at what she has heard today, and that this morning she had found out more information. That this is part of the promise to the public that when we have hearings, we learn things and are told what guarantees they are, and they read that agreement, the original deal, and made now is all out the window. John Todd said in the 2011 meeting as well, that if we're going to get involved in sophisticated real estate deals, we need to start looking at this from a sophisticated and a prudent manner and start looking at protecting the interests of the public. And so I want to say from this bench, I'm thankful for the comments made in 2008 and then also 2011 from Susan Estes, Shirley Cohen, John Todd, Bob Weeks, because those comments reflect and because they had the prudence to see the foresight of what situation we could be in today. So I may have a few other comments after hearing some of my colleagues, but I do want to say that public comment matters and that if we had have listened to the public, we would not have been in this situation that we are today.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to share a couple comments that a little bit of it is redundant, but I think it's important. It has taken a culture shift up here at the bench to see some of these development agreements through and make sure that they're being fulfilled in the way that the original agreement was made, and that there are consequences if you don't. And that hasn't been the culture of, I don't know, several councils ago, which is just different than how I feel. And so that's why this has been important to me while I have been on council to not continue to do business with people that had outstanding debts. And, you know, when you make a promise to the city, you're making a promise to your fellow taxpayers that you'll pay them back if they believe and invest in your project. Originally, I mean, we still need a grocery store over there, and the community still needs it. They still want it, and I think for a multitude of reasons that didn't work out, but we have to find other ways, and it doesn't just mean giving a loan, to somebody with no accountability. So, in this case, the parties just decided to stop making their agreed payments, and personally, I think it's best that we leave it up to a jury to settle, or to not leave it up to a jury to decide what the payment should be, because $400,000, I understand that it is extremely low. Some think it's the best that we might get, but as Councilmember Hoheisel said, I think we need to fight. $1.8 million is a heck of a lot more money than $400,000, so I think it's worth going to trial. So for those reasons today, I'll be a no.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate sharing the information to the public about some of what's been going on, though we still are in an active lawsuit. I will just say that at this point, from the public information that is out there, there is a business that has no assets. There is a business that has no financial revenue coming in or financial worth at the moment that is named in the suit, and if we were to go to court and even win, we could win and people would feel good about winning, but there are no assets with that business. This is an opportunity with the principals of the business to receive, while it is low compared to what's owed, $400,000. That is a guaranteed $400,000. So I will be supportive of that because that check will be written and it will be received by the city if the council approves it. Going into court in September, we could see what happens if the council so decides, but if it ends up being zero, we had an opportunity to get $400,000.
Before I move on to Councilmember Glasscock, I'm just going to reiterate a couple of points really quick regarding what I'd like to see at a workshop soon, and that is we have to hold public-private developers accountable. And I think that one bad apple does not represent all in that cart. Whether it's in whatever profession you consider, one bad does not represent all. And so I would like to see in that workshop anyone who has sued the city or has been sued by the city or has otherwise not met their obligation to the city should not be able to do business with the city. And that includes individuals that are have businesses in LLCs or the businesses that are not in LLCs. And the two individuals that I'm speaking of right now regarding this item have other businesses other than their LLCs. So I'm specifically talking again about individuals who have sued the city, the city has been sued itself, or have not paid their obligations, that I'd like to see that back to this council for policy change. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Always happy to have the discussion. I'm a little uncomfortable with saying someone who sues the city should not be able to do business with the city. There could be something legitimate there. They tripped and hurt themselves on the sidewalk. They sued the city. That shouldn't bar them from doing business with the city. I think us suing someone makes a lot of sense because we would only go after them for something specific. Again, happy to have the conversation, but I just feel a little uncomfortable with someone suing the city, not being able to do business with the city, depending on what that would look like. But I would love to have a conversation on economic development policies as a whole at some point in the workshop, because we've talked about that as well with Troy, so I know there's a lot of good that can come from that.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to say the encouraging part is that we've taken steps to make sure this doesn't happen again. And so I'm thankful for the EcoDiva office, for the manager, to making sure we have guardrails when we're vetting these projects. and that we have accountability when deals are structured. I think that is our role from this bench, and to ask questions even when things are presented from staff to make sure we have accountability. I still believe that this money is owed to us, and it is owed to us in full. And so for that reason, I also will not be voting for the settlement, not because I don't support resolution, but I believe this is the wrong kind of resolution. It fails to hold people accountable for a flawed process, and I believe it sends the wrong message to the people of Wichita. Again, I'll reiterate that this council did not vote for this contract. No one in this room advocated for this contract, but we've inherited the consequences, and it's our role to clean up that. And with that, I believe the responsibility to stand up for transparency, fiscal responsibility as well. So.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like everyone to think about, because former Mayor Brewer's been thrown under the bus here. I'm sure he was trying to do something good for a part of the community that did not have a grocery store, did not have development. He probably tried to make something happen. And making something happen, he got two of the larger developers to agree to make something happen. I think that's all good. The mistake was that staff did not put enough guardrails in it, so if it went south, that it could recover the money. So, and maybe that's part of the reason the developers did do it, because they didn't have to put a personal guarantee up. That could be too. If they had a personal guarantee up, they may not have even done it. Who knows what would have happened then. So I think there's a lot of ifs and second guessing, but I think we're to the point now where we have to make a business decision. Do we want to roll the dice, go to court, spend more money, and possibly get zero? Or do we want to take what we can get under arbitration and take the $400,000? So if we get zero, if we vote this down and get zero, then people on this council are going to be responsible for not getting $400,000 of taxpayer money back. So I am going to be voting for it because I think it's a very weak case. I think we just need to get what we can get. And I think it's an amount more than what I thought we were going to get. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston, I am going to have to respectfully disagree with you. This is not a business deal and best case scenario for the city of Wichita. For me, it is a principles matter. It's a matter of principle. And I remember when I ran, I talked about transparency and accountability. And while some things we can't talk about from the bench because they're pending lawsuits, know that this council is working hard behind making sure that taxpayers are the ones that are the beneficiaries of these public-private partnerships, and that there are safeguards so that what happened in 2009 or 2011 does not happen in 2025 and beyond. For me, I cannot vote for this, as I cannot see myself giving up on principle. I don't believe that the individuals are being held accountable to the fullest extent. And while the chance of possibly getting zero could be there, as this would go to trial, I don't believe that this sends the message about how we work with individuals who want to do public-private partnerships with the city of Wichita. So I cannot incentivize someone for doing bad. Taxpayers deserved an explanation, which is why I pulled this item from consent. We needed to know timelines as well as how we arrived to this position, but also how the city has changed over time thanks to council policy, which is really important why we ask that people come to council meetings or engage with your council members so that there is that opportunity for transparency and greater communication at the benefit of taxpayers. And this was a bad deal back in 2009. It was then a bad deal again in 2011. But now we are forced to also clean up what has happened in the past. And I think that there is an opportunity here. It's an opportunity to send a signal to developers that a few bad apples don't represent the entire apple cart. And so that's why I have mentioned multiple times now already that we must hold public-private developers accountable, and that anyone who has sued the city, is being sued by the city, or has otherwise not met their obligations to the city should not be able to do business with the city. With that, again, I will not be voting in favor of this consent agenda, so I will not be moving this item. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. I just wanted to respectfully disagree with the Vice Mayor's comments that just because we're getting $400,000, you can't make that argument if we were to get $5. That, hey, let's accept $5 because that is the best we can do from this. I believe that we should fight, and I think we're owed to the taxpayers to be able to fight for this too. Take any nominal amount, and I don't think that's justification for a bad settlement deal.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Another part of our job is also to represent our constituents, and I haven't had a single constituent reach out about settling this in a positive favor. I think just about to a person, everyone has reached out and said that they'd prefer us to fight. Some of them have even said, I'll gamble $400,000 for $1.8 million. I don't know if that's actually what we are capable of retrieving, but it's the taxpayers' funding, it's the taxpayers' money. We try to be responsible with it, but also we got to be responsive to their whims and wishes. And for a lot of constituents, it seems like it's a gamble that's worth taking to continue to try and fight this. So just offering my perspective over here as well.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
All due respect to the mayor and Councilman Glasscock, $5 is nominal amount, $400,000 for me is not. Maybe for other people it is nominal. For me, it's not. I think we have a responsibility to our taxpayers, and we've heard from 4 people, maybe emails, maybe 4 or 5 more, but we've got 400,000 people in this city. And if you asked them, said, hey, do you want to take a sure deal of 400,000 or gamble? And I'm going to say there's a 10% probability that we'll get more than 400,000. Just guessing. I think we need to think about taxpayer dollars and take the money that we can get.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move to approve item number 11.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. No. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, same sign. Motion fails 4-2. Sorry. 5-2. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Board of Bids and Contracts dated May 19th, 2025.
Morning, Mayor, City Council, Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. The Board of Bids and Contracts convened yesterday, May 19th, for the following items. For engineering, Bleckley Paving and Incidental Drainage Improvements Phase 1 for Wildcat Construction Company Incorporated for $5,135,954.80. We have the 2025 Outsourced Pavement Preservation Program CIP Concrete Street Repairs Phase 2 for Conspec Incorporated doing business as Kansas Paving, awarded to the engineer's estimate of $615,000 from their original bid of $513,884. We have the 2025 Outsourced Paving Preservation Program Joint and Crack Seal Phase 2 for Conspec Incorporated doing business as Kansas Paving, for $186,949.44. We have the Pepper Tree Street and Sandpiper Street, Sandpiper Circle, and Pepper Tree Circle to serve NRD Edition for Conspec Incorporated, doing business as Kansas Paving, for $270,880.36. Purchasing, we have the 13,200 gross vehicle weight restriction cab and chassis with 11-foot stake bed for Don Hatton Ford for an aggregate bid total of $81,450. We have the 31,500 gross vehicle weight restriction cab and chassis with contractor dump body and bulkhead for Omaha Truck Center, doing business as Truck Center Companies, for an aggregate bid total of $199,551. We have the upgrade to web accident payment processing for Selectron Technologies Incorporated for a 5-year total of $69,637.30. We have the police records management system renewal for Niche Technology USA Limited for $241,469.55. We have the manhole and inlet frames and covers change order for DC&B Supply Incorporated for an estimated annual usage of $175,221.78. This is how to become a vendor with the city. This is our purchasing calendar events of small business resource partner events we're hosting or participating in. These are open public opportunities out on the street today, and I'd be happy to try to answer your questions, and I recommend your approval.
Any questions for staff? I see none. I move to approve the Board of Bids and Contracts dated May 19th, 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Petitions for public improvements.
Good morning, council members.
Can't hear you very good.
Can we have staff help with the microphone? I believe communications is still working on it. Give us 1 second, as we have 97 people watching this city council meeting, and it would be appropriate for them to also be able to hear. His microphone.
Motion to
Can we take a
recess?
10-minute break? We will come back at 11:10. our audience online can also hear. We will continue with Paul Gunzelman.
Okay. Petitions for public improvements. Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities for the record. The signatures on the petitions represent 100% of the improvement districts, and the petitions are valid per Kansas statute. Gossard's addition, located in District 6. The project will provide street and sidewalk improvements required for an existing commercial development. Greenwich Legacy Addition, located in District 2. The project will provide water and paving improvements required for a new residential development. Reber 3rd Edition, again located in District 2. The project will provide water, stormwater sewer, sanitary sewer, and paving improvements required for a new residential development. And revised petitions for Reber 2nd and 3rd Edition, again located in District 2. On May 25th, 2021, the City Council approved water, stormwater drain, and paving improvements required for a new residential development. The developer has submitted revised petitions and revised budgets that split part of Reber 2nd Edition into Reber 3rd Edition. Budgets for drainage and paving remain as previously approved. It is recommended that the City Council approve the new and revised petitions and budgets, adopt the new and amending resolutions, and authorize the necessary signatures. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions for staff? I see none. I will move to approve the Board of Petitions for Public Improvements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Approval of an amended and restated operations and management agreement with the car park.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. So really simply, back in 2024, specifically June 11th of 2024, City Council approved an amended and restated operations and management agreement with the car park. Since then, Council approved an alternative implementation strategy. You may recall Option A SMID that was approved by City Council back in December of 2024. Therefore, amendments are necessary to the previously 2024 amended and restated operations and management agreement with the car park. Very simply, an amendment to the approval date, an amendment to the term of the agreement, an amendment to the annual management fees, and a new Exhibit A illustrating the boundaries of the managed premise. You all are probably familiar with this illustration. This is the same illustration we showed back in December. It's anticipated that implementation at this time will generate approximately $2.2 million over a 12-month period. Under the new amended and restated agreement, Car Park will continue to provide. This is unchanged from the June 2024 agreement. They will continue to provide comprehensive operation and management of all city-owned parking facilities in downtown Wichita, oversight of the acquisition, installation, and maintenance of all new and existing parking equipment within the subject area, and enforcement of our parking codes across the entire downtown parking management ecosystem. Similar to the previous agreements, Car Park will absorb the cost for acquisition of parking meter infrastructure, and other capital investments will be borne by the Car Park and then reimbursed by the city from the city's downtown parking fund over a 5-year period. I'm not going to run through these numbers. All of these numbers are in this agenda report, but that's how you sort of see the management fee and the amortized cost broken out, but the total annual or biannual reimbursement based on the revised management area. Law Department has reviewed and approved the amended and restated agreement as to form. It's recommended City Council approve the agreement, subsequent budget adjustment, and authorize the necessary signatures. We do have a representative here from the Car Park if you have questions for them, but otherwise I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Troy. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Will we come back and, depending on what happens with the Old Town CID, have to amend this again?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only question I have.
I have a couple of questions. First and foremost, since the pause by this council to not move forward with the parking agreement back in the summer of last year, can you talk about when we're going to allow the public to see the audit that we had asked to be performed on the parking structures, parking agreements in the downtown area?
So I will have to get back with you on that. I know that our auditor did perform an audit, and I know the auditor has met with you all and talked through that with you all. I'll have to kind of get back with you on what our plans for.
I would prefer if this was open to the public. So I know that we have a May and a June workshop prior to this, which would take place July 1st of 2025. I think that it is important that the community sees why a halt in the plan allowed us to discover some of the mismanagement regarding the parking agreements that were not being enforced, including this, which we will approve next week, which are some termination of parking agreements in the Old Town District because they happened back in 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, as well as 2012. So I would like for community to be able to also see it. So I would ask City Manager Layton, could this be part of either the May or June workshop where we could also talk about the parking audit?
Yeah, Mayor, I don't think we can do it in May, but we can talk about it in June. I'll have to talk to law also because in that audit report are delinquent accounts, and I'm not sure what's public and what isn't. And so I haven't had a chance to visit with an attorney about that.
I think it dovetails with what our previous longer conversation was about delinquencies or lack of payment, being sued, also being sued by others. So I would ask staff to make that a priority for the June meeting since this would take place July 1st. I know that the parking fund has not been in the positive, and this would allow for $2.2 million over July 2025 to the end of June of 2026. Are these conservative numbers, or are these numbers that are aspirational?
We believe these are conservative estimates, yes.
That includes parking structures?
So these revenues are part of the on-street and off-street revenue projections based on the rollout of this more sort of robust, comprehensive implementation strategy, right? There are still revenues that the city will continue to realize in existing agreements, right? And so these revenues that we have shown you all today are simply those revenues that are a result of rolling out this new infrastructure on street and in surface lots.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Troy, just a few questions for you. Looking at the specific language of the contract, Section 6, Item B, or Item A talks about the city has to provide storage space for these contractors in each one of our parking garages. Is that something that's currently available, or is that something that we have to build out in some of our parking garages?
It is not a requirement that would result in us incurring any additional cost. No, there are space in existing garages that currently the car park is utilizing and will continue to utilize.
Okay, thank you. A few more questions. I'll just run down the list of them. A little bit further on page 14 of the contract, it talks about city parking code compliance and parking enforcement. Who will be offering that training?
So we have been engaged with city's law department, and we are walking through, as we speak, right, the policies and procedures associated with enforcement. I know we've talked historically about things like oaths and those kind of things. Those are all being contemplated. So as the car park onboards enforcement personnel, then they will go through sort of the rigor of making sure that they know and understand what the policies and procedures are surrounding enforcement.
Okay, I have like 3 more probably quick questions. Earlier in the contract, it says that this council will be in charge of setting all fees for parking. Later, it has item L on page 19, and it specifically talks about the point-based redemption to parking patrons. Is that something that will have to come back before the council, given that that would maybe be a reduction of fees, or is that something that could be implemented as long as it's maybe an incentive to be a patron, and not that it necessarily has to come back to the council, it's maybe less?
So some of the, specifically that language, we're not proposing a point-based reward redemption system as it exists today. However, if at some point in the future, between working with the traffic engineer and the engineering department on identifying what rates and programs could be, should be, bringing those back before city council and city council authorizing the use of those if we so choose at some point in the future. At that point, we don't have to come back and amend the agreement. We were just trying to be, trying to have a little foresight in considering where we might be at some point over the next 5 years, making sure we've included that in the contract language that we can go down that path. We're not proposing it as we have suggested today. If we ever do bring something like that, we'll bring it back to the council.
Okay, and then last question, which probably ties them together, on page 19 of the agreement, item N and item P, talk about the contractor shall be responsible for the cleanliness of the managed premises. Do they do that now? And I think item P would be that if they don't clean it, it doesn't necessarily null and void the entire contract because we have the capital investment, but it would just be a 15% administrative fee on top of it. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. If, and they are doing some of that maintenance today, but as you will recall back in the slide deck, right, the biggest part about this is now they're doing a more comprehensive kind of system management, right? Under the previous agreements, they have done some cleaning of the facilities and those kind of things. Under this agreement, we're approaching it from a more comprehensive approach. We're really trying to come at this from a clean and safe initiative, right? How do we improve the customer experience and make sure that all of our parking assets are clean and safe and friendly to the end user? And so we're gonna, by implementing these, yes, it's going to be a much more robust cleaning and management of all of our assets.
And we're just purchasing the supplies. They're in charge, and there's no additional fee. It's in their management fee for
Correct.
the janitorial
Yeah.
services.
There's a section in here about eligible expense reimbursements for those things like cleaning supplies and those kind of things. But the actual service that they provide is included in the management fee.
Okay, thank you for adding a lot of those protections.
Yep.
Does that include security then?
No. We have a separate security agreement with a separate vendor that is currently providing security services.
But they would work in conjunction with this management system because, again, clean and safe is the goal, I think, of this management system. And so working in collaboration with the security to make sure, again, all of the structures feel safe for those who are paying for the parking.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for staff. We will now open it up for public comment. I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. This predominantly is in Councilmember Johnson's district as well as Councilmember Ballard's district, if I am correct. Would either of you?
I would like to make a motion to approve the agreement and subsequent budget adjustment and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Ordinance amending section 1501590 pertaining to fireworks.
All right. Good morning, Mayor Wu, City Council. Jose O'Cades, Battalion Chief with the Wichita Fire Department. I am here to present the latest fireworks amendment proposal. I will begin with the history of the fireworks amendments. Before 2023, no fireworks higher than 12 feet were allowed to be sold or shot within the city limits. In 2023, City Council approved June 27th through July 4th as the dates for fireworks to be sold and shot. And for the first time, aerial fireworks were allowed to be shot July 1st through the 4th. The difference was that aerial fireworks were not allowed to be sold during that time frame of in 2023. After the 2023 fireworks season, Wichita Fire met with 3 firework committees and made some recommendations and changes for the 2024 fireworks season. Selling dates for the 2024 fireworks season were June 27th through July 4th, including aerial fireworks. The shooting dates were changed from June 27th through July 5th, and the aerial fireworks were only going to be allowed July 3rd through July 5th. Now I'd like to share some results from the 2024 fireworks season. We had a total of 36 injuries reported to Wichita Fire Department from the age of 22 months to 48 years of age. Emergency communications non-emergent line was staffed June 30th through July 6th from 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. Out of the 1,160 calls that were received during that time period, 719 were reported from within the city of Wichita. And as you can see, the 4th of July was the busiest day of 357 calls that day. I apologize. The number of the structure fires should be 1 rather than 4. We responded to a total number of 4 fires that time frame, but only 1 of them was related to fireworks. So in 2024 was our lowest year to date on the number of fires and estimated loss related to fireworks. And that cause was specifically from improper disposal during that time period, which resulted in an estimated loss of $10,000. This year, during the 2025 legislation session, Kansas Senate Bill 199 was introduced and approved. The biggest changes of Senate Bill 199 was seasonal fireworks is now June 20th through July 7th, a total of 18 days rather than 9 days from the previous years. A permanent retailer is allowed to sell fireworks year-round and would require an annual registration permit from the State Fire Marshal's Office with no restrictions on shooting dates throughout the state. Throughout the years, Wichita Fire coordinates meetings with 3 fireworks committees. We have a citizen firework committee, we have a committee with the vendors, and along with city committee. We did meet with all 3 committees to share the data at the end of the 2024 fireworks season. This year, due to the short time frame of the new Senate Bill 199, Wichita Fire was only able to coordinate an internal meeting. But with the assistance from the city communications team, a fireworks survey was created and is available for citizens right now through the end of the month to engage and give feedback on that survey for fireworks. Recommendations to City Council. Seasonal fireworks stands can sell June 27th through July 4th. Prohibit the operation of year-round sales and licensing of permanent retailers within the city of Wichita. Shooting dates and times will mirror 2024. Shooting dates of June 27th through July 5th and allow aerial fireworks to be sold or to be shot July 3rd through the 5th. And the hours of shooting will be 10 a.m. to midnight. Wichita Fire would like to thank City Legal, the Wichita Police, City Comms, Parks Department, and all 3 firework committees for their assistance and input to be able to create this presentation. Thank you, Mayor Wu and City Council, for your time this morning, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, Jose. Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Can we go back to slide 55, I believe? Yeah, just 2022, I believe we did not get all of the data from all of the hospitals that year. That's why that number of injured is so slow. Is that correct?
I believe it's either, yes, 2022, we had some missing reports that were not submitted to the Wichita Fire Department.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that on this particular slide, so thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Only two quick questions. I know in the presentation and in our green packet says the survey is set to expire on May 30th. I guess, why is this coming maybe before the date where we get full citizen feedback on the 30th? And how many results have we had maybe compared to previous years? To me, it's just we're closing the survey or we're voting on this before the survey is closed. And so just wanted to make, and I see comms is walking up, so maybe Megan wants to answer that.
Hi there. So it does close on the 30th. The survey serves a couple of purposes. One is education. There's lots of tidbits about our survey, and it's also to inform future decisions with this ordinance. I will tell you, as of right now, we've had 1,327 responses, and the trends that we're seeing have continued since we published the survey. I can kind of preview some of that, especially in response to year-long sales. So far, I'm going to look at our unweighted data here, if you'll bear with me. So most people who have taken it think that allowing fireworks year-round, they do not prefer that. 61% prefer public fireworks display. And let's see, most people think our violations are just right, if you just want some snapshots so far. And most people believe that shooting fireworks between 10 a.m. and midnight is too long.
A lot of it's to guide future policy discussions and help maybe with ideas, future trends as well.
Correct.
Okay, and thank you. And it is not scientific, correct?
It is not scientific. It just gives us a snapshot of sentiment.
Okay, thanks, Megan.
Thanks.
And another reason for us to present at this time was the time frame that we had to try to implement something for the 2024 or 2025 fireworks season, which is going to be just about within a month time frame.
Okay, I have one last question. It was kind of answered via email to my message to both Chief Snow and Chief Sullivan as well. But later on, we're going to be talking about the use of drone technology. Is this something that we could use in the future for monitoring of firework usage as well? Given that drones can probably locate and go quickly to a lot of people, fireworks especially.
I'm sure any technology to be able to utilize to be able to locate fireworks, but we could stand on any building throughout the city or even in your neighborhood and you could see fireworks being shot even during the illegal times of June 27th through July 2nd. So yeah, technology was always beneficial to be able to pinpoint and assist firework enforcement teams possibly. So we could always look at that avenue as another tool.
I see no further questions for staff. Thank you, Jose. We will now open it up for public comment.
George Theo Harris, District 3. Better not mess with that too much. I was on that committee with the fireworks, and a lot of people didn't want us to go with the aerial, 3 days of aerials. But then, I don't know what they're drinking up into water. Please do not send the water to, or do please send the water to them, or don't ever get their water, because it's ludicrous to think if they sell it, people will blow them up any time of the year, and we'll have to get 20 million more firemen and policemen here. It would be crazy. And I was watching what Chief O'Cady said, and he said it used to be 12 feet, used to be 6 feet, trust me. Because I knew it was at my height. But anyhow, I also wanted to say that today is my 6th anniversary, and I wanted to get a proclamation for my wife, because she should be a saint for sainthood, to put up with me for 6 years, and I think I get a 7-0 vote on that one. And Chief Ramsey actually married us 6 years ago today, and we want him back because he helped us in our neighborhoods, and I'm not getting that help that we need in our neighborhoods. But I'm 100% behind the fire department on this. I appreciate them, and I think it's a no-brainer. We don't want them blowing off fireworks and selling them, because they will blow them off. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Shania, and I think it should be only a city firework thing. I think the civilians need to stop doing the fireworks. It's scaring all the animals. Make it a one-day thing with the city blowing it up in the sky, and that's it. It don't need to be sold all year long. Thank you.
I see no further comments. Bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Anytime this ordinance comes up, I do like to just relay our thoughts to the city. Essentially, anybody who's lived here any amount of time can go out on the 4th of July and see that our enforcement mechanisms just simply aren't working unless we sit out there and we're the Gestapo at the edge of the city, checking everybody's car coming in for aerial fireworks. It's always going to happen. So the reason we did give the originally 4, now 3 days for the aerials is so that way people can have a controlled timeline to actually shoot. I do believe we are seeing some of the results of that. We saw the complaint line there, giving people the avenue to do it. The concern is always the week before, the week after. I hear mostly from people about it's July 7th or it's June 27th, and I'm already hearing them. So that's what the hope is with that. It's not necessarily an endorsement of aerial fireworks. It's us trying to be practical in how we address this issue, because during this time of the year, we cannot take most of our firefighters offline to drive around looking for violations. It's the same thing with WPD during this time of the year. So this is always a work in progress. I agree with one of the earlier speakers that if we allow the sales in the city year-round, we'll have more instances of it going off year-round. So I do support this particular ordinance. Thank you.
I see no further comments. I will move to approve and place the ordinance on first reading and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Quarterly financial reports for the period ending March 31st, 2025.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. Today I want to present to you the first quarter report for the period ending March 31st of 2025. Just a reminder, this report's unaudited financial activity through that date, but we'll use this information for a couple purposes. We'll compare it to what we thought would happen this year when we adopted the budget last August, and we'll also use it to kind of look forward and see if we're on track with guidance that we provided you over the workshops and over the last several months. And spoiler alert, the short version is that generally everything is pretty much on track with the guidance that we've been providing you over the last several months. But I'll go into a little bit more detail today. We have some revenue sources that have some moderate variations, generally to the plus side, which is good. But as I noted, pretty much everything is fairly consistent with the guidance that we've given you in the past. And just a reminder, that guidance is we still think that we'll have structural issues in the future, primarily because we think our revenue growth will diminish, primarily because of interest earnings and our reliance therein so far. We also think we'll have wage pressure in the future as we renegotiate some agreements in the upcoming months and years. We also have talked a lot about the wage base as far as our success in filling positions. We continue to see a lot of growth in police and fire, which again is what we would expect because we have aggressively tried to fill all those positions, and that's what we've seen in the quarterly report so far, again, as expected. It's a little bit more interesting to look at our other operating departments. You may recall last year our performance was very good, and that was largely because of significant challenges more on the civilian side, specifically in Public Works and Park. We are seeing some improvements there, which is to say we've seen a little bit higher level of spending in those departments, which indicates that we're having a little bit more success filling positions, which is what we're trying to do. As far as some of the things we've talked about economic conditions and the impact that could have on our forecast. We monitor sales tax very carefully. That's usually our first revenue source that we would expect to see any weakness in, and I'm happy to report that actually sales tax has been a little stronger than we expected in the first quarter. Frankly, I don't know what to attribute that to because we didn't expect that, but sales tax so far is trending positively in the first quarter of this year, at least compared to what we expected. Interest earnings, we've talked a lot about that, so I won't go into that. I will tell you, though, that interest earnings continues to perform well so far in the first quarter. Again, we do expect that to diminish at some point, but so far it's holding up pretty well. We mentioned court revenues probably for the last 3 or 4 months, actually clear back to last year. That trend is definitely occurring. They are significantly weaker, just as we expected. I think we've estimated a $2 million decrease there, and that may be on the conservative side, but we continue to monitor that. But court revenues are definitely weakening. Let me pivot to some of the other funds. We tend to talk about funds in which there are challenges or anything significant to report. The fact that there's only 2 funds on this slide should be a good sign. That means everything else we'd obviously be happy to talk about, but generally everything else is performing pretty much as we expected. The Gulf Fund had a challenging first quarter. That was primarily due to weather considerations. If you remember, the weather was pretty bad in several weeks in February, I believe, and that significantly diminished our playability. However, the Gulf Fund is still in very good shape, nothing to worry about, but I will point out that Gulf revenues were down a little bit in the first quarter. We talked about the landfill fund, I think, in the Q4 report about 3 months ago. It is underperforming a little bit on the revenue side, and we do have some potential challenges there. They have some significant capital expenditures that they're contemplating, so we're definitely keeping an eye on the landfill fund. Let's talk about our debt levels. This slide looks very similar to what it looked like last December. Really, our only growth at this point is in our water and sewer loans as we take drawdowns from the state revolving fund. Our outstanding bonds and loans are about $1.5 billion. Again, that's pretty similar to what I showed you in December. I will point out again, though, that the general obligation component of that is about $75 million, which is about 5% of our total debt. General obligation, of course, is the portion paid with property tax revenues. Just a reminder, we still are reporting on the ARPA as we're required to quarterly. That report is available online at the website there. I will tell you that we spent $44.7 million of our $72 million through the first quarter of 2025. And again, we have a very lengthy and detailed report online that outlines the various projects and where those funds have been spent. I will remind you, of course, that all our ARPA funds have been obligated based on the U.S. Treasury guidelines. So in summary, again, the general fund is performing pretty consistent with what we expected. We should be in good shape in 2025. We projected a balanced budget, and we see no reason to modify that forecast. We'll have some challenges in the future, of course. And finally, the quarterly report and the ARPA reporting are both available online. So with that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Questions for staff? I just have 2 of them. Can you go to slide number 67? You were discussing the sales tax overperforming. And that was Q1. So do you have a monthly, whether you can see how January, February, and March, just to understand? I know that in January we had an influx of individuals come here because of the skating competition. And then in March we had the NCAA. So I was just curious because sales taxes often are from, yes, from individuals here in our community, but also we would like to see more people coming and visiting Wichita.
Yes, we do get data on the sales tax every single month. And the challenge in sales tax is it usually lags about 2 months. So, but you are correct. In May, the distribution we'll get in May, which we'll get usually on the 25th, will probably reflect activity from March. So it'll be interesting to look at that, and we certainly will. But
Appreciate that. And then slide number 72, you mentioned that we will have a balanced budget here in 2025, but you said challenges in the future. Can you just address those challenges one more time?
Yes, ma'am. Again, we've talked about this now for several years. Generally, our challenge in the future is that our organic revenue growth rates, we do not believe will be consistent with our organic expenditure growth rates. And again, that's because our wage base is growing faster than our revenues. One reason that we have revenue challenges, again, is because we are over-reliant now on extraordinarily high interest earnings. And we've talked about that for several years. We do not expect that to continue indefinitely. We don't know when it's going to decline. It's kind of stabilized right now, but when that starts to decline, that'll put pressure on our revenue portfolio. And again, on the expenditure side, the big challenge will be what do future bargaining unit agreements look like, and how successful are we in filling positions? Those are the two primary variables that will drive our expenditure side. So that's why we could potentially be challenged in the future.
Thank you very much, Mark. I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. I see no public comment. I'll bring it back to the bench. I will move to receive and file the quarterly financial reports for the period ending March 31st, 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Aye. The motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
2025 Drone First Responder Program.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Duff. I'm the current Deputy Chief over Investigations for Wichita PD, and today I would like to talk to you about our 25 agenda review for new business for a 12-month pilot program for DFR, Drones First Responder. Sorry about that. Background, so Wichita PD currently operates a Scadio-based drone program. It is all-American made, and it has been in place since 2023 with our current Axon contracts. We currently have 6 drone units that operate in the field, and we have 30 certified pilots that gives us a 24/7 coverage in the field for patrol officers right now. They are deployed when needed on active calls only, such as in-progress crimes, tactical operations, foot pursuits, accident reconstruction, or search and rescue. So what we're looking for is the DFR will allow a drone to be deployed to priority calls in about 1 to 2 minutes. It will have the ability to respond immediately to most calls in the area, and it fully integrates into all of our current Axon systems, including evidence management. There were 3 proposals that were given with the proposal, and the one that we're asking for is the crawl option. The crawl option is 3 docks with what we call 1 hive, and it would be located at Firehouse Station 2, which is 1240 South Broadway, and it could respond to 2,500 priority calls in under 2 minutes annually. If you look at the picture right now, if you can see it in front of you, you have the red dot, and then you see the outer circle with the purple around it. That is a 1.5-mile geographic radius. That includes 3,300 priority calls that we have in this area. 98% of those calls within the geography can be covered with 1 hive, which is 3,200 calls, but 80% of those calls can be responded to in under 2 minutes. On that picture, the little white boxes, just so you all know what they are, that is a no-fly zone, so due to the airports on the east and west side. We did a calls for service analysis, and this was the best location to maximize the DFR to respond to the most priority calls and emergency calls in the city. So an analysis, the DFR program is located in the high calls for service, allows for faster response times. Obviously, what is essential for any kind of emergency situations that come up could be locating a possible victim of a crime, a missing child, or God forbid, an active shooter situation. It does provide greater ability to assess situations when on scene. It can be used to tactically guide responses from the safest direction for all incoming units, such as police, fire, EMS, bomb squad, or even hazmat teams. It can help reduce the risk of harm to emergency services and the public because the real-time information that we'll be getting at hand. And it will integrate into the real-time information center and all of our transparency portals that we currently are operating. So at any time you can see exactly what drone has gone on, what flight it has been on, and the reason why it was there as well. It can help other city departments, including infrastructure inspections, such as buildings and bridges, and the fire department on a variety of different calls if they need it. Financial considerations, the initial expense is $320,000 the first year, and that comes with one hive, which is the 3 docks and 3 drones. The funding has been identified by the city manager's office from a technology fund, and then if we wanted to continue the program afterwards, it would be $61,000 per year. The infrastructure improvements needed for Fire Station 2 would be approximately $30,000, such as roof reinforcement, wiring, electrical, things like that, and that would be funded through facility maintenance funds. The legal review, the law department has reviewed and approved the agreements. This is a picture of what it looks like. It is all-weather capable. As you can see, the drone there, basically the top opens up and it will go up to the desired 200 feet, and then it can go directly to its location that it is set on. It does charge up, and it is all-weather capable for all different types of weather. Obviously, Kansas weather we have here, that was one of our big questions, was would it work? So. Recommended action, I recommend that the City Council approve the agreement and authorize the necessary signatures and move forward with this pilot program, and I'll be happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. We will begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Chief, for the presentation and your work on this here. A couple of questions here. What is the current oversight for our drone program?
Everything is tracked. So all of our drone pilots, every drone flight that goes on is tracked. And again, we've put that on a transparency portal. So if you are in your backyard and you see a drone above, you can literally get online and find out why the flight path that it went on and why. It will give you a case number and a reason why as well. So.
Okay. And I know Councilmember Glasscock will have further questions on this, but so how do we record, or the recording system? If I'm not mistaken, we don't record until an actual pilot takes over?
So currently, that is what we have right now. So it would go up, so the DFR, it would leave the dock, it would get to its, and basically it doesn't start recording until it gets to its location. So it has an automatic direct flight, and then if there's a pilot on the ground, the pilot could take it over, depending on what is needed. But at that time, again, Oklahoma City has a fantastic one where they had a train hit somebody and they couldn't get officers to it. And then they basically used the drone to locate the victim, and they were able to save the victim's life by getting them there very quickly. So that is the capabilities of these drones. And again, getting them in any situation between 60 seconds and 2 minutes is essential for the officers responding on the ground.
Hey, where will the pilot physically be that takes over the drones?
They would be on site already if needs be. So for instance, if the drone first responder would be set out, it can immediately get eyes on, and that drone obviously could then guide people in. So from the real-time information center or someone like that. And then if there is somebody, a pilot on scene saying, okay, I want to go look in this field, or I want to look in an area that officers might not have located, they could take it over and they could do that at that time. But if we're operating from the real-time information center, we might not need to.
Okay, what's the scope of use here? Are there particular call? Is this for pretty much any response along the South Broadway corridor, or is it?
So we use that corner because that was the most priority one calls. So they're the main calls. So, and that could be anything, any kind of priority one emergency that we classify through dispatch. And so it could be a missing child. It could be a silver alert. I mean, there's so many different aspects that we can use the drones for. We've already used drones to successfully de-escalate situations, people in mental health crisis, and getting them to a phone safely. And if you guys want to look at some of the wins that we've had with the drones, you can go to our Well Done Wednesdays and see some of the fantastic things that we've been doing with these drones, and they have been saving lives.
Okay, now we've based our model on this on other cities who have had ACLU approved procedures. Am I correct in saying that?
I think you're talking about the real-time information center?
Well,
or are you talking about drones, period?
Drones, period.
So all of our policies, I mean, the basic, depending on where you are in the country, they all have different procedures and different operation guidelines on what they do. But we've got, again, all our policies are all online. We don't hide anything. We're very transparent in everything we do. And so we give you the reasons that we can use drones and we're not allowed to use drones as well.
Okay, can you talk about some of the areas where we cannot? I know inspections and maybe CD, that's one area that we cannot use drones. Or I think there's a lawsuit out there that's being worked out, but I think that's been the ruling so far in Michigan anyway.
I don't know, I'm not familiar with that one, but I know in our policy specifically, we don't use them for immigration enforcement. We're not using them to oversee reproductive clinics, I mean, things like that. So, and our policy is very clear about what we can and what we cannot use them for. So we're not going to be flying them over for reconnaissance missions over people's homes and things like that. Every time we deploy a drone, it's for a specific reason, whether it be an emergency situation or it's a 911 call for help.
Okay, last thing real quick. I'm real interested kind of the capabilities, especially in response to fire, because there are also a lot of fires along the South Broadway corridor. So can you talk about how the drones will be able to help firefighters along the corridor?
So I know one of the fight, and that's something we're going to have to work out with Chief Snow. Obviously, this is a police department pilot project that we're looking for, but if the fire department needed it, let's say, for instance, there was a fire, like you could use that drone to find out exactly the hottest part of the fire. You could use that drone to say, okay, where do you need these resources directed to specifically? There has thermal imaging, so do we see people in the area? Do we know? So there's things like that, the capabilities. And again, we'd be more than happy to show you some of the capabilities if you wanted to come out and see some of that.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to be interested in seeing how it works out with the fire department, particularly along the corridor as well. So, all right, appreciate it. Thanks.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I know some of this may be covered by the policies, but just so people don't have to go and look, specifically when it comes to crowd monitoring at protests or public events, is that prohibited unless there's a threat or a known threat at one of these protests?
That's exactly right. So we're not just going to be using them to violate people's constitutional rights. So, but if there was a direct threat, for instance, like we know that there's a threat of a crowd, there's a threat of violence and things like that, then yes, we'd obviously get them up there so we can, if needs be, if that threat is actioned upon, then we could respond accordingly.
And then for the public, that transparency website is wichita.gov/1617/transparency. I don't know why that word is there, but it's still pretty easy to navigate if people wanted to find it. In addition, will these be identified as police drones? So do they look different when they're driving in a neighborhood? So someone can delineate them between a police drone and a recreational drone that may be flying over their home?
Maybe. I don't. So obviously there's lots of people who are recreational users of drones. Ours have certain lights, and ours are specific Skydio drones, which are primarily government drones, government contract only, obviously those in the military. So, but I can understand there might be people who do not know the difference. And so if they do see a drone, they can certainly call us and we can let them know if it's one of our drones or if it's not. And obviously we do not want people recreationally using drones and to spy on people or going over certain areas and things like that as well. So that's something that people can call the police on.
Okay, I'll set up one scenario too in terms of a question I have. So let's say a drone goes to a call in a neighborhood. They're pursuing somebody on foot.
Yep.
So while they're in pursuit, that drone is recording, looking down while they're trying to pursue the individual as well. What safeguards do individuals? Obviously, individuals can know that their home might be recorded if they're trying to track, let's say, a suspect running throughout a neighborhood. What access do the general public have then to that information versus a homeowner have access to that information? And what would be the process for somebody to obtain that recording? Because on the website, it just has what the track is, doesn't have the recording. Would that have to be through Cora? And if it's in an active police investigation versus not a police investigation? I know these are a lot of specifics, but just thinking of different scenarios that this might be used.
So if we're on an active call, let's say in the situation that you said there's a foot pursuit, which we've used drones for, but it's a foot pursuit, we obviously don't want people who are trying to hide from us breaking into homes or someone's house and 2 o'clock in the morning in the backyard. While we want to be able to apprehend them as quickly and as safely as possible for everybody. But that would be like an officer showing up searching for somebody with a body camera as well. So that information is corable unless there is an active investigation. That's going to be shut down. And obviously, depending upon the situation, then that's going to be a question for the law department to say yes or no on whether we will release that information or not.
So comparing it to the use of the body camera, acting as if it was an officer on the scene, drone. as if
Correct.
The officer was in full pursuit.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Chief, I have a way to explain the transparency portal a little bit easier. I encourage people to go to wichitapolice.com, and that directly goes to the police website. And then on the left-hand side, there's a drop-down menu, and transparency is right there. And I think oftentimes folks don't know the improvements that the police department has made in regards to transparency. So in that transparency tab, it does have the drone dashboard, but it also has post-contact data and a lot of information regarding public comment and public input. So I do encourage the community to look at that, as I know that that's something that Chief Sullivan has really advocated for, greater transparency, and again, it's on the website and available. Being part of the National League of Cities Advanced Air Mobility Task Force, I know that drone usage for first responder type of initiatives can be helpful. I know that when I was at NLC, they talked about even helping the fire department in utilizing their heat sensors, is that right? To see where the hot spots might be in regards to a fire. So that could be helpful for the fire department in seeing where exactly a fire may be located. What are other scenarios that you have seen that they could be used for in first responder type of situation?
So the use for them are endless, and we've seen a lot of our officers are doing phenomenal work with them, not only for search and rescue and looking for people, like silver alerts, amber alerts, missing children, things like that. But for the fire department or EMS, you're exactly right about the fire department. I mean, that's one of the things that the drones can be utilized for, is what's the hottest part of the fire? Where can you direct people in? And obviously, if you get those, you may have an apartment complex, you may have 2 or 3 different fire trucks. Well, they may need to, the drone can tell them coming from the north, the south is blocked. Now you're saving minutes and getting that equipment and getting the emergency services to the exact location that they need. And that's the same with the police department or EMS. And again, if there's another emergency situation where you need the bomb squad, you need a hazmat, the drone can guide people in safely and quickly and very effectively and efficiently as well. So the uses are there. And also there's a lot of city departments that are using them for infrastructure. They're using them in subways. They're using them for building infrastructure, checking bridges, things like that they can see, the water departments. And so they are actually, there's a lot more uses for them than just emergency services. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Mayor. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. I see no further questions for staff. We will now open it up for public comment.
Hello, Faith Martin, District 2. I would like to start with, I'm not anti-technology, I'm just pro guardrails and transparency. So I tried to do some research, and first I'd like to say thank you to the WPD for their transparency portal. You can go on there and see, just last night, they used it twice for foot pursuits. You can see when they used it, when they didn't use it. Big fan of the wichita.gov site for the transparency portal. I have a couple questions, though. The funds for this are coming out of the Innovation Fund, which I believe is council approved out of the general budget. So if this pilot gets approved past 2026, where will those funds come from? The next question is, or the next concern are some privacy concerns. Drones, by their nature, have the ability to capture high-resolution images and videos from the air. Knowing that we can see when the drones have been used, what will City Council do to create rules that prohibit using it to capture images of privately owned properties or tenants or occupants? Will the public be able to give consent before those images are made public through FOIA requests? Or that drones can't take off or land on private property without the owner's permission? Drone insurance is not required for government drones operation in Kansas. Does that mean that taxpayers are on the hook for any lawsuits and or damage from or damage to the drones? Nothing in the drone policy mentions an altitude. I heard 200 meters. I did some best practice research on that. protecting Wichitans from the noise, especially since there's a neighborhood on each side of that police station. 400 feet was a best practice to keep the noise down. Also, I don't know which drone we're using or how big they are. But again, FAA talks about prohibiting drones being piloted after dark or above populated areas. I don't know how that works with waivers through the FAA because this is a populated area, and it looks like the majority of the use that I looked at was at night. I didn't see that in the policy. And as Kansas has not elected to pass any protective laws, will Wichita add to the policy prohibiting facial recognition? Because that's a technology that could be used as well. And so understanding that this technology is important and has a lot of good uses, I saw some municipalities that had some strong policies around first responder drones. I would just like to see the drone policy expanded to include some of those concerns and potentially brought before the Citizens Review Board for an extra pair of citizens' eyes to be able to look at that policy. Thank you.
I'll just, sure. Councilmember Glasscock.
Mayor, I just have one quick question regarding, and this was kind of hitting up my concern earlier, just my question. So let's say it's recording vehicle pursuit. Well, someone doesn't want the back of their home included in a video that's able to be recordable. Are there protections? Maybe this is a legal question. Let's say someone requests that through or the Kansas Open Meetings Act, or not open, I don't know, we have so many acronyms in this job. If they request that information, is there a way that information that's not part of the investigation could be shielded from the public? So let's say the entire recording goes over somebody's backyard. Can we not release that information if it has no relevance to the investigation?
Good question. Councilmember, the act you're talking about is the Kansas Open Records Act. And there are at least 55 statutory exceptions that we look through before we release any record. There could be some that apply to this. One that occurs to me is the invasion of personal privacy. There's a high legal standard to achieve, but that's one that we would consider. We look at all options before we would release a record like this.
Like obviously if a suspect is hopping over a fence in somebody's backyard, that's going to be part of the investigation. But if a drone, or could be part of the investigation, if a drone just goes over somebody's house and there's no evidence of an individual there, if that would be quarryable, so that would be a determination of legal department whether or
We
not.
would take the same approach we do with these records as any other Axon records or police, the reports themselves that contain sensitive information of third parties sometimes that are not involved in the case. So we would look at this like we do for any other record.
Thank you for that, Jennifer.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you, Faith, for coming. I always appreciate it, and I know this is something you're very passionate about, and you always do your research, and I really do appreciate your time. But I did think it was an interesting question, Deputy Chief, regarding our drone policy. How is that developed? Is there community engagement? I know especially all of our departments, but Wichita Police Department have made an earnest effort to make sure that we're transparent and that we're getting community feedback. Could you just maybe provide the speaker some comfort of how we'll continue to refine our policy?
Yeah, certainly. So we've actually had drones since 2018. And so we've had policies and we update our policies every year. And I cannot remember if it's 12 months or every 2 years that we update our policies. But again, the Citizen Review Board has access to all our policies and they can review any policy they want and have discussions about whatever they want as well. We don't have facial recognition. We don't have that in any way, shape or form. Our licenses, yes, we're allowed to fly at night. And we also got the certification from the FAA to do the beyond visual line of sight as well for the DFR and the Drone First Responder Program. So we are completely up to date and doing exactly what we need to do in terms of all the regulations as well for the drones.
And if a community member wanted to provide feedback on the said policies, they could just reach out to us as council or to police at any time, correct?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll continue with public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. I do have one question for City Manager. I know that this is a question that Faith asked, and I'm cognizant that We have limited dollars, but this is part of the innovation fund. Knowing now that drones can be utilized not just for the police department, but for fire as well as public works, how will, if this proves to be a successful pilot program, where would those funds come out of? And I would challenge and say that it is not going to be a drone just for police officer usage, but rather a really collaborative and more forward thinking when it comes to drones as first responders, utilizing these assets, technological assets for both police, fire, and public works.
Well, first of all, Mayor, we want to see how the pilot project works. If we still have some unresolved issues, it's possible that the Innovation Fund will pay for a second year of pilot work. If we want to test another location, that we may roll that out. And in terms of the ongoing $61,000, to be honest with you, it really doesn't matter where you charge it because it's all general fund. And so we would look, I don't want to make it too complicated and charge it against multiple departments, but if we find that it's worthwhile, produces the kind of results we think it will, then I think we would recommend that that be incorporated in the ongoing operating budget after that time.
Again, I will just again challenge, I know it might be more complicated, but knowing that it would be utilized for not just police officer usage, but rather also other departments, that it could be shared in terms of their budget. Thank you. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of points. First, we did attend the NLC conference, and that's where I did learn about we can't use drones for code enforcement and whatnot. So that's, kind of a little weird little angle to this one that I just want to make sure the public knows. I will be interested in any policy changes that we need to look at and come back with regarding this. I know WPD and my conversations with them, they're not looking at ever doing facial recognition or anything like that. So they are pretty mindful of people's privacy rights as well. Also, this is along the South Broadway corridor. I've talked to many members who live along in those neighborhoods, and to a person, they support this program. To a person. There's a lot going on there. Things are improving, but we still can keep our foot on the pedal and continue to improve the neighborhood. So I just wanted to bring that point up as well in my conversations with many members of the corridor. They all, to a person, have supported this program.
With that, I move to approve the agreement and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Wichita Sedgwick County Addiction Intervention Coalition.
I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Wu, members of the Wichita City Council, Dante Martin, Assistant City Manager. Glad to be here with you today. I'm going to be presenting a joint resolution and ordinance establishing the Wichita Sedgwick County Addiction Intervention Coalition. In the way of background, in 2023, the city and county managers got together and agreed to recommend to each of their respective governing bodies that we address the opioid crisis through a shared framework and the pooling of settlement funds that we have flowing back into our community. Soon after, the city and county issued an RFP seeking a firm to conduct a community needs assessment and help develop a strategic plan for the use of opioid settlement funds. The Stedman Group was contracted to lead this effort, and then in early 2024, the Stedman Group formed a consortium of local professionals, approximately 50 some odd professionals, to help guide their work. These professionals were public health professionals, worked in public safety, education, healthcare, as well as other relevant areas that actively touch substance use and opioid use disorder. The work of the consortium took place over the course of 12 months, and as I said earlier, 50 community members participated. Once again, I want to appreciate and thank them for giving their time to this effort. The strategic plan that was developed by the Stedman Group and the consortium consists of a multi-pronged approach to address opioid use and its consequences throughout our community. The consortium developed 6 fundamental guidelines to provide a framework for decision-making, to maximize the impact of settlement funds, and to ensure long-term focus. To operationalize the plan, the consortium focused on 4 strategic priorities, ranging from enhancing public understanding of addiction to building integrated care systems and expanding treatment access. Governance and accountability, are embedded throughout to maintain transparency and effectiveness. The consortium considered 4 governance models for fund administration. Each option was evaluated based on transparency, efficiency, community involvement, and accountability. These included models with third-party or nonprofit, non-governmental agency administration, advisory councils, as well as direct oversight by the Wichita City Council and/or the Sedgwick County Board of County Commissioners. Each of those models is listed on this slide. At the April 29th, 2025 en banc meeting where the Wichita City Council and Sedgwick County Board of County Commissioners received a presentation from Assistant County Manager Rusty Leeds, staff recommended establishing the Wichita-Sedgwick County Addiction Intervention Coalition. This body would function as an advisory group reporting to both the City Council and the County Commission and represent a range of sectors including healthcare, law enforcement, and recovery. The coalition would review funding proposals, advise on allocation decisions, support procurement efforts, and monitor the progress and outcomes of funded programs. As recommended during the en banc meeting, the coalition would consist of between 11 and 15 members who have professional experience in fields such as behavioral health, medical care, recovery support, law enforcement, and the criminal justice system. Coalition members would be appointed jointly by the City Council and the Board of County Commissioners based on nominations from the city and county managers. Staff from both government entities would provide necessary administrative support to the coalition. At its May 14th, 2025 Board of County Commissioner meeting, the County Commission appointed these 11 individuals, community members, to the coalition that we're looking at forming. The Board of County Commissioners adopted a joint resolution, made the board appointments. It's also important to note that as discussed during the en banc meeting, the coalition would include ex officio representatives of the City Council and the County Commission. I believe the Board of County Commissioners appointed Commissioner Jeff Blubaugh to serve as ex officio to this board. As you'll see here, the board really comes from a variety of backgrounds that touch opioid use disorder, substance use disorder, and represent a broad cross-section of our community. You'll see judges, retired judges, you'll see treatment providers, those that work in recovery. Rena Cole, I'll highlight, I've worked with Rena for approximately 15 years now with our drug court programs. So looking at the board or the nominees that the city and county managers bringing forward, I believe it well represents what we hope to accomplish based on the work that Stedman did to date. In terms of financial considerations, as we discussed during the en banc, we expect to receive jointly $15.5 million over the next 14 years. To date, the city of Wichita has received approximately $2.9 million. I don't recall what the county has received to date. Our goal would be to pool those funds and to jointly administer the settlement funds, with the understanding we'll make recommendations to the elected bodies who will actually make allocation decisions. There is no expected impact to the general fund. Once again, this is solely focused on the $15.5 million in opioid settlement funds that we have flowing back into our community. Legal considerations. The city attorney's office worked closely with the county councilor's office to develop the joint resolution and ordinance that's before you. The law department has reviewed and approved the joint resolution and ordinance as to form. My recommendation is to approve the joint resolution and ordinance establishing the Wichita-Sedgwick County Addiction Intervention Coalition. appoint the coalition members that you have in your packets, and authorize necessary signatures. With that being said, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Dante. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dante, for all your work on this. Just real quick, do we have anybody on this board with lived experience? You don't have to call them out, but do you know if there is anybody who has lived experience dealing with this?
I don't know personally. I'm aware, and I've spoken with many of the people on the board, as well as those that have served on the coalition that helped inform the strategic plan, including some that have lived experience. I can't say for certain whether any of these 11 have a lived experience. It's also important to note that this is 11 of 15. And so as the council or the commission identifies potential gaps, there's an opportunity to appoint 4 additional members collectively to fill those gaps.
Okay, I appreciate that second point there. And it could even be an ad hoc position as well, just as long as we have somebody who here recently has gone through the process and knows firsthand the gaps out there. So that's all I got.
I see no further questions for staff. I will just quickly ask one question on slide number 93. You mentioned $15.5 million. Is that an updated or just a previous number? Because I know that one of the reporters has shared different numbers, whether it's from sunflowerfoundation.org or opioidsettlementtracker.com, and they're a little bit different for the Kansas figures.
So that's the number we've been following or operating under as we developed or went through the strategic planning process. I'll double check, Mayor. I will say that our finance department submits annual reports to the Kansas Attorney General's office. We expect to receive disbursements by April 1st of each year. So the best source of information is going to be our finance department in contact with the AG's office. So I'll circle back with finance.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment.
Hello, City Council and city workers. It's nice to see you all again. It's been a while since I've been able to come up and speak. I'm Donna Garcia, 621 Laramie Circle. I am a medical professional. I've been a nurse for about 11 years now and finishing up my doctorate to be a nurse practitioner. I'm also a new nonprofit executive director. We started a homelessness service, peer navigation and advocacy group. And what we do is exactly what you've been talking about, is helping people to get through these services that are often fractured and difficult to navigate with people who have lived experience, which has been a critical infusion into how we're delivering homelessness services. As you all know, a substance use disorder and homelessness, they go hand in hand. It's a very complex relationship. One doesn't necessarily lead to the other, or vice versa. But what we know from our work in the field at the tip of the spear and being the boots on the ground is that this work is intense and it's very emotionally draining, and it takes a certain type of person to do it. But these people are out there every day and they are working to make big changes, and they can if we facilitate that investment that they're doing. Our concern with this ordinance is that forming the same concerns that you had during your meeting is the delays that are going to happen if we're waiting on a board. Last comments that I heard was 6 to 12 months before we can even get the rules in place. And if you have clarifications or updates on that, we would love to have them. But just having the extra hands in the pot, wanting experts, of course, that's fabulous, but we already have experts in the field who are doing this work, and they're doing it without support. And they will come forward if you make funding available and easily accessed. And then you'll find that you'll get more people in different places that you didn't expect them to come from if they can do this work and be supported. So we're asking that we consider whatever it looks like to make this go faster, whether that is getting the board, but we have people out there that are dying today. We do not know how many homeless people are out there. We have no way of knowing that the ones that are unhoused, the ones that are living in cars with their children, the ones that are couch surfing. What's worse is we don't know how many are dying every day, every week, every month. We've had ambassadors that we were wanting to recruit that died from gun violence or drug overdose within a week. It's scary out there. Desperation breeds violence. We need to engage the providers who are passionate about this, and we need to get them started today. This is a costly decision, but it's not in numbers, it's in people's lives. And we're asking that you consider that when you're making your decisions. We can handle homelessness, and we do it with community-based initiatives, with the right people in the right seats, and we empower them and we engage that community to heal itself from within. And that is the power that we found through our work with our team out here. And I would love to stand for any questions that you may have about what it's looking like out there and the state of addiction and how we can start working to improve it together.
Thank you, Don. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Don, for coming up as always. I would point you to, in the consent agenda today, we did provide funding for somebody working with WPD to actually investigate and track overdose deaths in our community. So that's across the board. You know, of course, the homeless population is one of the first groups that we think of, but it's also children in schools. And so there's a lot of things that we do have to touch as far as how this funding is allocated. The four things that I personally am pushing for is MAC adjacent services for homeless people, especially when they are ready to be able to go make sure that we have those opportunities available to them. Also people in jail. That is a perfect time to actually reach out and address people and hopefully have a landing spot for them when they get out. Education, of course, especially with the children, what pill can kill, fentanyl overdose. That's a community we definitely need to look out for. And detox for those without insurance, because that's a missing safety net there for people that many people do not have an opportunity for. So those are the areas I'd like to see it pushed. You know, I think we're not going to delay if we see opportunities come up, but it's also going to be, we're going to make sure that we have a well thought out process. We have been using some of this money for Narcan giveaways, working with some of our partners on the streets to ensure that Narcan is available. So we'll continue to look at this. I just wanted to also point out the position with WPD that we have looking into opioid overdoses. Thank you.
Don, I just have one question for you. Have you actively engaged with Multi-Agency Center? I know that they have been trying to activate individuals and organizations, including churches, to all provide services in one location over at 9th and Main Street. So they're still looking for more individuals and organizations to help out. Have you contacted them?
Actually, I think this is a good example of the ways that the bureaucracy sometimes gets in the way to immediate responding and services that are really, really good, that are being done by individual citizens. We have reached out to the various individuals throughout the organizations that we've been able to get involved in, including the one at WSU who is handling the hiring of the director and that kind of thing. We've provided recommendations. We've spoken to board members individually, and we've sent out a lot of emails and that have been lost to follow up. So it's being able to access this and getting the lived experience that is most important in front lines. We have sat in where our members have spoken up and they've gotten response from it, which shows how important it is to have those peer-to-peer engagements and getting people in the right rooms to speak on these issues, because you can't fix a problem if you don't know what the details of that problem are. That's diagnosis and treatment 101. So yes, we have been trying, but have yet to have a response and an engagement in meaningful conversations. So, but we have the same hope that you guys do. Is we have a vision for this. We have a beautiful opportunity to do something. And I just don't want to see this continued delays while people are losing their lives and their loved ones.
Since this topic in itself is twofold, this is about substance abuse and the funds. I will make sure that I connect you with the other piece, which is the multi-agency center group. Because again, we really are looking for more individuals, organizations, churches to all help out at 9th and Main Street. Because again, that's where we would, the city now has a 24/7, 365 shelter for adult men and women, and wraparound services can be provided by
Absolutely.
organizations that can
Yes.
provide that help. So again, thank you very much, and I'll connect you.
Yeah, and if you'd like any kind of feedback about the experience of what's going on in the MAC Center, we'd love to be able to have some one-on-one conversations about what it's like to live within that center. And infuse the right people to help make a better environment that is more trauma-informed. We specialize in connecting resources. We don't refer anyone anywhere if it's not a trauma-informed and safe place for our people to go. So,
Thank you, Dawn.
yes, thank you so much.
We'll continue with public comment.
Hey, Council, Olivia Hayes again. I guess I think County already got that presentation, and I missed that, so I'll be sure to email my county commissioners these same sentiments, but I'm concerned with all of the shared services conversations that are happening right now, to be quite honest. Specifically with this one, my concern is that opioid abuse does not just happen in downtown city streets. Opioid abuse is happening in your rural communities and your smaller communities. I'm someone who lives way out in a township. I think it's inappropriate to pool the funds. If they're going to be pooled though, please, please, please have part of the plan B to look out for those smaller communities. A lot of times it goes unseen for longer because there isn't as many eyes on it. So please, just like I said, you guys and Sedgwick County and the members of the board that were just appointed, please don't be so tunnel visioned about solving this problem, like I said, on the downtown streets, that you forget about your rural communities and your smaller communities, because we're struggling with it in schools and on street corners just as much as you guys are. So that's my big concern. Please look out for us smaller groups while we're having these talks. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. I see no further comments. We'll bring it back to the bench. I see no further comments, including from council members, so I will move to approve the joint resolution and ordinance establishing the Wichita-Sedgwick County Addiction Intervention Coalition, appoint the coalition members, and authorize necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion pass.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We will take a 15-minute break now before we continue with the next item. I actually asked for us to return at 12:50. We will return at 12:50. All those who want to power through, raise your hand. Okay, one, we lost, okay. So 12:50. Madam Clerk, can you just call again that next item?
Funding for water treatment plant improvements.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. For the record, Don Henry, Public Works and Utilities. The item before you recommends funding for 12 water production items. Although the title of this item refers to funding for the treatment plant, I'd like to call out that these are 12 projects for the water supply system at large, with only one of the projects having anything to do with the water treatment plant. Apologize for any confusion that may have caused. It certainly wasn't the intention. The list of projects here include, they're included in the 2025 through 2034 capital improvement program, and they will appear as projects along the line items, including Wellfield communication to City Hall, Wellfield Phase 1 river revetment, Cheney pumps, Hess drain line, Hess power system coordination assessment, Hess switchgear, Lime residual lagoons, water production improvements, water production variable frequency drives, water supply rehab projects, Wellfield pipeline protection, and finally, Wichita Waterworks instruments and communication equipment. I won't get down in the weeds too much because this is a long list of items, but did want to provide a high-level summary and some examples of projects within each of these. The Wellfield communication system is an outdated radio-controlled system. It's prone to frequent failures. It's obsolete, no longer supported. Some of the radio parts are really hard to get, and therefore a fiber communications line from the Wellfield to City Hall will ensure ongoing effective communications and reliable delivery of water from the Wellfield to the treatment plant. The project on the right side, Wellfield Phase 1 river revetment, this is actually, what you're looking at here is an ASR Phase 1 bank storage well. We have 3 bank storage wells, and what they do is they pull water from the bank sands right next to the Little Arkansas River when it's above base flows, and then that water is injected into the Equus Beds aquifer to improve water quality, protect against chloride intrusion while storing future credits for the city's use. This project will construct improvements to halt the bank erosion that's occurring and will restore this site to its original condition. If you look at that picture, you see that's kind of a concrete slab there. That should be at ground level, and so that's how much erosion has occurred here, about 4 to 5 feet of erosion. Cheney Pump Station is the main high-service pump station that delivers raw water from Cheney Lake to the water treatment plant. This project will provide funding for replacement of one of the 5 pumps. The other pumps will be replaced in the future. Funding is programmed in different years within the CIP. As part of routine ongoing maintenance, the performance of pumps and the motors are gauged by maintenance staff, and then replacements are scheduled accordingly. The Hess Drain Line project will construct a drain line from the underground reservoir storage system to sanitary sewer. Currently, when we have to drain the tanks for inspection, cleaning, maintenance projects, things like that, a contractor has to mobilize a dechlorination system. It requires careful monitoring and sampling and testing and record keeping because we have to keep chlorine out of the river to protect the wildlife that lives there. It's an expensive process, and so construction of this drain line will protect the water quality in the river, the native wildlife, and it will also provide for cost savings on future maintenance projects. The Hess Pump Station is the city's main high-service pump station that delivers finished treated water into the distribution system to get it to customers. Electrical equipment is kind of the backbone of the pump station in terms of making sure that it operates according to demands to meet flows, and the electrical equipment is routinely inspected and rehabbed And so the HES Power and System Coordination Assessment Project will provide an assessment by experts to identify electrical power equipment that needs rehabilitation and/or replacement. Likewise, the switchgear project will rehab equipment that's already been assessed. It's equipment that protects and reduces wear on sensitive electrical components, including variable frequency drives and pump motors. The Lime Residual Lagoon project will take a look at the existing Lime Residual Lagoon facility. As demands have continued to grow, the lagoons that are in place now are near their max capacity. And so funding for this project will fund a study to look at options for expansion on the existing property, and also look at options on adjacent property that's currently vacant. If that's the option that we go, it could also include property acquisition for expansion onto the adjacent property. Water production improvements will fund the purchase and installation of critical equipment for remote facilities, as well as provide parts for emergency repair. It will also address some deferred maintenance items, including the picture that you have there. That's the raw water transmission line at Zoo Boulevard where it crosses the floodway. And that kind of box on top there is a air release valve. And so that will be addressed. The air release valve will be rehabbed or replaced, and the proper coating applied. And so that's an example of some of the types of items that this project will address. The water production variable frequency drives project will install new VFDs at the Southeast Booster Pump Station. The Southeast Station ensures adequate water pressures in far southeast Wichita, as well as delivering water to Rose Hill. These VFDs are near the end of their useful life, and so it's time for replacement, and this will provide for that. Water supply rehab projects will include, first on the list, expansion of the Cheney raw water strainers. That's what you see a picture of there. We need additional capacity to take care of solids and debris that we want to keep out of the system. Otherwise, they could pass through, reach the treatment plant, negatively impact sensitive equipment. This also helps keep things like dead zebra mussel shells, fish, and other things that could contribute to taste and odor problems. It screens those types of solids out prior to ozonation, so it helps control those taste and odors, and also reduces the amount of ozone that we have to use. The Wellfield Pipeline Protection Project, it will include improvements to protect raw water lines in the Equisbed wellfield. We have locations where erosion has occurred, exposing the top of the pipeline. It's kind of hard to tell in that picture there, but that dark spot in the center is actually the top of a large raw water pipeline within the well field. This location is in a floodway and has been prone to erosion over time. This will restore the surface above the pipe, provide the necessary protections, make some improvements to help reduce future erosion. The Wichita Water Works Instruments and Communications Equipment Project will provide funding for the purchase of equipment to provide a more granular and precise control of the disinfection process. As the project has advanced and our operations team have been able to get their eyes and ears and hands on the project, this is one of the optimization opportunities that we have to take a already functioning asset. I want to be clear that the disinfection system that's been constructed and built at WWW functions just fine, works great. This is an opportunity to take that and make it even better. It will provide for more closely monitoring, more of a data-informed process, take some of the operator judgment out of the equation, and also provide for a more finely tuned development of the disinfectant molecule, which will reduce chemical usage also. Budgets for the projects that I just mentioned include $700,000 in the 2025 through 2034 CIP for the Wellfield Communication to City Hall item. I'm sorry, this will be reallocated from the 2024 water supply rehab item. The Wellfield Phase 1 River Revetment Project includes $1,100,000 in the adopted CIP. Cheney pumps include $450,000 in the adopted CIP. The Hess Drain Line Project includes $1,500,000. The Hess Power System Coordination Assessment Project includes $130,000. The Hess Switchgear Project includes $400,000. And the Lime Residual Lagoon Project includes $200,000 in 2025, and $300,000 is proposed to be allocated from the 2024 Water Supply Rehab Project for a total budget of $500,000. Continuing, the adopted CIP includes $1,300,000 for water production improvements. The Water Production Variable Frequency Drive Project includes $700,000 in the adopted CIP. Water Supply Rehab Projects includes $1 million in funding. The Wellfield Pipeline and Protection includes $800,000, and the Wichita Water Works Instruments and Communication Equipment, $140,000 is programmed in 2025 within the adopted CIP, and $165,000 is included in year 2026 for a total budget of $305,000. Staff recommends initiating the full funding as stated for a total amount of $8,885,000 for the 11 projects. At this time, I'd like to recommend that City Council approve the projects and the budgets, adopt the resolutions and notices of intent, and authorize the necessary signatures. Thank you for your attention to this item, and I'll stand for any questions that you have.
Thank you, Don. Questions for staff, beginning with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Don. You're quite an expert on this stuff, so when we're making these improvements, are we doing it with the potential water reuse in mind? Are we configuring things, or does any of this have anything to do with what would be that process once we have it set up?
So I would say that these projects do not directly feed into water reuse, but water reuse and other opportunities for optimization is always one of the filters that we're looking to take advantage of anything that might assist with that project. What this will do is ensure that we're addressing deferred maintenance, that we're staying on pace with maintenance schedules, and that we're keeping the infrastructure in the best available condition so that if we do have an opportunity to utilize it as part of reuse or another project, it'll be there and ready to go.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know that's what, with the BNR upgrades, we are configuring the plants in that way. Any future improvements could be efficiently added in as well. So I figured I'd follow up and see if that was here as well. So
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
that.
Part of the culture, you bet.
Thank you, Don. The only question I have is, I know that the subject line right now says funding for water treatment plant, but you addressed that this is really for funding for water supply system improvements, and I'm very appreciative of that.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the questions we often get, and it's not part of this, and Director Jansen usually addresses this so that community understands about the El Dorado idea. Can you just address that one more time? Why El Dorado is not financially feasible?
Absolutely. We looked at El Dorado in depth after the previous drought in 2011 through 2013. And the challenge with the El Dorado water is when we're under a regional drought, although El Dorado is in better shape than Cheney is today, our drought approach and drought resiliency, we plan for a 1% Dust Bowl type drought. And that's a regional type drought. And historic data shows that during those times, El Dorado will be stressed just like Cheney Reservoir will be in that type of drought. So we're looking for solutions that address a bigger picture. And in those cases where we're under the most intense type of drought for a stretched out point of time, the water's just not available in El Dorado.
And is water available in El Dorado right now?
Right now, today, it would be available.
But there's no infrastructure, is that correct?
That's correct.
So can you just address that just again?
Absolutely.
Even though there might be water available, the availability or the water rights are still something we would have to discuss.
Right.
And then the infrastructure to get water from El Dorado to Wichita, there's no infrastructure right now, is that correct?
Correct. Investment in the infrastructure to handle periodic droughts would not be of use in an extended Dust Bowl type drought We really need to protect the economy. And so what we would rather do is invest in those long-term protections against even more severe drought.
Thank you, Don. I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. And again, want to say thank you to our Public Works Department. Water is one of those areas within Public Works, and we just honored the Public Works Department this morning. And because these are, again, funding for water supply system improvements, I am happy to move this item. I will move to approve the projects and budgets, adopt the resolutions and notice of intent, as well as authorize necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Who am I missing? Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Design concept and supplemental design agreement number 1 for 2nd Street North, St. Francis to Main.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities for the record. The item before you is design concept and supplemental agreement for 2nd Street. On July 16th of 2024, the City Council approved an agreement with Trans Systems Corporation, now Gannett Fleming Trans Systems, to develop design concepts for 2nd Street North from St. Francis to Main. On February 10th, 2025, staff presented the project to the Wichita Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board. The board supported the project and provided comments regarding the design. In April of 2025, the District Advisory Board 6 unanimously approved the design concept. This is an overview of the project location, again on 2nd Street. St. Francis is to the right of the map, and Main Street is kind of towards the left center. Some photos of the existing conditions looking east between Topeka and Emporia. This photo is looking east at Main Street. And the proposed project or design concept will include the existing roadway is a 2-lane, one-way street westbound with one-way on-street bike lane on the north side of the street with parallel parking on the south side. The proposed concept will reconstruct the roadway with 2 westbound lanes, as is now, a one-way buffered on-street bike lane on the north side of the roadway and parallel parking on the south side. We will also include curb extensions at the intersections to reduce the crossing distance for pedestrians. The existing sidewalks and wheelchair ramps will also be replaced with the project. And we are also considering raised intersections similar to 2nd Street in Old Town, and I've got a couple photos of that. Construction of the project is anticipated to begin in the fall of 2026 and be completed by summer of 2027. Supplemental design agreement number 1 has been prepared to complete final design. This is a photo of the raised intersection there on 2nd Street through Old Town. We are anticipating putting 2 raised intersections within the corridor. We've identified Broadway and Emporia are the 2 streets that we are considering for the raised intersections. We're also evaluating examples of buffered bike lanes to provide more than just a painted buffer. We're looking at pylons, maybe some raised planters, pylons with curb parking block as well, and a few more examples that we're looking at. We'll continue to work with the GFT as well as the Bike Ped Advisory Board as we look further into design of these elements. The design fee to date is $135,000. The cost of supplemental design agreement number 1 is a little over $310,000, which brings the total design fee to $445,000 $500. Funding is available within the project budget of $500,000, which was approved by City Council on February 6, 2024, and is funded by local sales tax. It is recommended that the City Council approve the design concept and supplemental design agreement number 1 and authorize the necessary signatures, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you for that. We have Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. You answered my question as I pressed the button, so I'll just say thank you for the bike lanes and looking at how to get a better delineation between that and the street.
And just had one question, back to slide 122. Is the total budget for the entire improvement $500,000?
That is what's been in the CIP thus far for design. We do have funding programmed in 2026 of $6 million for construction.
So it's 6.5 million for
Yes,
this entire
approximately.
project, is
Yes.
that accurate? May we start getting that in financial considerations so that we have an idea of the entire project, not just what we're approving, but the bigger picture? I think I asked that last week also, but it would be helpful to know what the total project cost is.
Mayor, just for clarification, we talked about park projects last time. You're talking about engineering projects as
Sure,
well?
can I just say all projects that come before us for consideration? I think it's often, we only approve a portion of it, and I think the bigger picture in this particular item is the improvements are not going to take $500,000, but rather $6.5 million. So it would be more accurate for community to understand also that type of investment, as again, streets is critical for our infrastructure here in the city of Wichita.
Over the 10 years of the CIP?
Yeah, whatever the total amount. So this one in particular is the 2nd Street North between St. Francis and Main. So for that project, I would like to see what's that total project amount allocated for that project.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. This resides in Councilmember Ballard's district.
Thank you. I would like to take the recommended action, approve the design concept and supplemental design agreement number 1 and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Pre-employment physical examinations, drug and alcohol screens.
Good afternoon. Andrew Hudspeth in the HR department. I'm going to be talking about pre-employment examinations and substance abuse screens. The Human Resources Department here at the City of Wichita uses a private contractor for employment physicals and substance abuse screens. A request for a proposal was published in January of this year. We had 5 vendors respond to the RFP, and each vendor was interviewed. Here at the city, each job within the organization has pre-employment requirements. The pre-employment physical requirements are tailored to meet the physical demand for each job per the job classification or job description assigned to each position. The job classification determines if a position is assigned a level 1, level 2 non-DLT, level 2 DLT, fire recruit, police recruit, and other miscellaneous types of exams. The selection committee recommended WorkSafe as the new vendor to proceed with. The new vendor's fee schedule reflects a cost reduction of approximately 8%, and the law department has reviewed the contract and approved it as to form. My recommendation is that the City Council approve the contract and authorize the necessary signatures.
Questions for staff? I see none. I just wanted to commend that this is a cost reduction of approximately 8% compared to the current rates currently paid for by the city. So I appreciate you guys are looking at ways to be more efficient and effective. So thank you very much. I see no further questions for staff. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. I will move to approve the contract and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Councilmember appointments and comments.
We'll start with appointments. Any appointments at this time? I see none. We'll open it up for comments now. Council members. Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I have my District 6 coffee this Saturday from 9 to 10, and City Manager is our guest. I was like, yes, you are. I don't know what I'm making for breakfast yet, but it's going to be better than everybody else's. And it is not at Evergreen, it is at Empower. So that is different than normal. So I hope to see every single one of you there.
Any further comments? I see none. We cannot adjourn yet because we have executive session. So I will read these next two items. I move that the City Council recess into executive session for 15 minutes to receive information on the contract negotiation process pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2, to discuss employer-employee negotiations, whether or not in consultation with the representative or representatives of the public body or agency, in consultation rather. The executive session is required to protect the city's right to the confidentiality of its negotiating position and the public interest. Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign.
Bring it in.
Really? We have one nay? Okay, 6-1. I'll read the second motion. I move that the City Council recess into executive session for 10 minutes to receive information on a lawsuit pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2 for legal consultation with the city attorney, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, pending litigation and legal advice. The executive session is required to protect attorney-client privilege and the public interest.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. So this is a total of 25 minutes. We'll come back at 1:50. How about 1:50? Quick little